warm-up, 2 minutes remain of your warm-up. Belongs to our African authorized personnel only. Kindly ask that you do not enter the field of play for any reason and that you stay behind the table. MoldTV.com is the exclusive live streaming home of the PWBA Tour. Please do not live stream from your personal devices. All right, 5 and 6, please hold up on your warm-up. All right, athletes, please press those check marks on your console. Your arrows will be up. You'll get a full set of pins. All right, Billy fans, pick out your favorite pro. Cheer her on. How about a great send-off of round 1 of the PWBA?
Top of the morning to you all. Here on August 2nd, 2019. Happy birthday, Dad. Rest easy, my man in heaven. Good morning. Appreciate you all tuning in. Round 1 qualifying. PWBA East Hartford Open. Hope everyone is doing well. Already see the chat is off to a great start as usual, led by, I don't want to give him too much credit, so I'm just not even going to say his name. Chris Pulliam. Chris and Jennifer and Brandon and I see a Holsen sighting in the chat. Appreciate everyone. I want to thank Brenda. I don't know if it's Desat. I believe that's, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's often in the chat as well. She's actually in the building this morning and taking in the action live and in person here at the East Hartford Open. My man Rob McCabe is in the building volunteering for us, as he was yesterday. He'll be here throughout the weekend volunteering for us as well. Whoa, wait a minute. Did I see a... Whoa, there's a Don sighting. My man. Donnie's in the building. Joseph is here. Christopher is here. I see what's happening now. So I guess if I keep calling out names and I say hello to these names, I feel like I would want to get my hello too. So if we see more people, then hop in the chat and say who they are. I'm definitely okay with that, and I appreciate it very much. My name is Emil Williams Jr., by the way. I'll be joined by Daniel Ferris here momentarily as we get you set up. Game 1, round 1 of qualifying here at the East Hartford Open. Birgit Poplar. Excellent that we begin our commentary with her because she led the PTQ yesterday. PTQ, we advanced 11 players. And leading the way was Poplar. If you're unfamiliar, and there goes that 9-pin. We'll get into that in 1 second. But if you're unfamiliar with the way the elite field events work, this is an elite field event, which means the top 24 players after the U.S. Women's Open, which concluded on June 22nd. Top 24 in the points list, or on the points list, essentially received an exemption. Of course, in parentheses, after they paid their entry fee into the event, earn an automatic check. Automatic check for 24 players. That means we need to get to 32 players like a normal catcher's round or round of 32, if you will, in the standard event. And we would add 8 players from the PTQ to the field. Well, if any player from the top 24 is not able to compete for whatever reason, those spots then go to the PTQ. So there were 3 additional spots available yesterday. 11 were added. And so that's where we are here. So full 32 for Daniel's favorite phrase, as we learned yesterday, the main event. The interesting thing about elite field events is, or one of the interesting things to me is, you get a chance to view the PTQ on Thursday morning. You see a mix of, we talked about a little bit yesterday, full-timers, part-timers, players that you often see on tour, notable names that you wouldn't expect sometimes to be in a PTQ setting. It does happen, certainly. And then you also see local players as well. And from that vantage point, then you come out, you see those players who advance to join In this case, the 21 players who already had elite field spots, and that there is a bit of a difference, certainly. It's you advance to the PTQ. It's time to see what you can get done, against the best in the world, essentially. And we had some of the best in the world in the PTQ. So for those who advance, players like Lauren Hoffman, for example, who had a very, very nice run yesterday at the PTQ, former Sacred Heart collegiate player. She is joined by Verity Crawley on this pair, along with Josie Barnes. And, of course, Birgit Poplar, Shannon Pluhowski, Brianna Cote, Jasmine, Gigi Mason, and Missy Parkin on 13 and 14. Michelle, how are you? Kendall watching from Las Vegas. And I missed one. Let's scroll on up. Nate, Jessica, my man Jeff. Jeff was out bowling the bowl with the pros last night. Appreciate it. As did Brenda. As did James Stewart, who also is an avid Bowl TV viewer. He was on the same pair with Jeff last night. And along with Rob McCabe. Tony checking in. I don't think I mentioned Christopher. And yes, and Chris, yes, I did give you an anti-shout out. Alyssa is checking in as well. All right. Well, that was fun. I threw some nice pleasantries. There's some bowling going on. And one thing that the gentleman to my right does know a lot about is bowling, as we welcome in Daniel Farish into the broadcast. And DQ, as I like to call him, and that goes back a lot of years.
Yes, it does.
I still don't really know why we started calling you that. It had something to do with Dairy Queen, though, right? No? Maybe?
That's what I originally thought, but because Dre's the one, Andre Parker, one of our teammates, and one of E's buddies from Chicago, is the one that originally gave me that moniker.
Oh.
But when I asked him years later, he said, I don't think it had anything to do with DQ, but he couldn't tell me.
Yeah.
Like, he gave it to me like the first tournament in Wauwatosa. Like,
that
it started
about
right there.
It really does.
It does.
We just gave nicknames just to, whatever sounded good.
And it stuck.
That stuck. So DQ, but not Dairy Queen. So just keep that in mind for the next few events.
I did get disqualified from my first sectionals, though.
Did you?
Yeah. I didn't know the rule about you couldn't take your equipment outside the bowling center after Saturday.
You're right. I remember. Yes.
And I never left my bowling balls in the paddock. Any tournament I bowled, I took it out to the car.
I do recall this.
And
because you were bowling well.
A player from another school saw me and turned us in.
That is correct.
That school didn't even make the top 4 at the sectional. Like, they weren't even relevant. I'm not going to say who it was. I don't even know the player. Not going to say the school. But they weren't relevant that year. Yeah. And then we ended up running away with it by like 300 pins.
Well, we have started this show off. Well, what a manner. My advice to everyone out there, as to Neil Milligan would say, # read the rules.
Yes. That was the same year. It came down to Pikeville and somebody else for the transfer spot. And it was Cassidy Schwab in the 9th and Ronnie Sparks in the 10th. Cassidy washed out, and then Ronnie needed the first strike in the 10th and just destroys a 9-pin for Pikeville to miss the cut for nationals. I'll never forget that moment.
I do recall that. And speaking of 9 pins, we saw Missy leave one earlier. That was one item we saw a lot of PTQ yesterday. A lot of 9 pins, a lot of stone 8s. Everything, just about everything from a lane perspective in this building is relatively new. Approaches, lanes, the pins look and sound new as well. Not sure how many games have been on these pins and everything else, but you can tell by listening some of the sounds, the way some balls are reacting to the pins we talked about yesterday. Speaking of pins, we don't know the lane pattern as well. And you will not know it until the TV show, which is tomorrow evening at 5:30 p.m. Eastern on CBS Sports Network. Already certainly different than what we watched yesterday, and rightfully so. Obviously, can't have PTQers bowling on the same pattern. So any early observations that you've seen so far?
They appear to be starting a little further left than what we saw in the PTQ. Now maybe that's just the skill level of this elite field, knowing to start further left or trying to jump further left as soon as possible. But just watching Gigi throw that shot right there, she's already left of third arrow, and we're in the 6th frame of game 1. Now, they also had 15 minutes of practice to break these lanes down and help them transition. But Poplar over on 11 just now, she's almost on top of third arrow. So they're already further left than the PTQ field was yesterday. And that's kind of a trend we've seen in bowling over the last couple of years at the higher levels, is the players try to get as far left as quick as they can because they want to chase that hold in and find those fresh back ends. That way they've got the natural push down the lane, and the ball has enough energy when it gets to those fresh back ends to go left and hit and carry.
One thing we know about PWBA competition, in general terms, we always see some differences no matter what happens between round one of qualifying and round two. From the additional knowledge gained from round one, the adjustments from said knowledge to be made in round two, those who obviously feel like they need to take some risks to make a run at the next cut. So all of these things go into play, and obviously, the more you put the pattern down, generally truer plays, etc. We talked about that over the course of the season. So, so far on this, when we see Missy, kind of playing Missy's game in that sense, we're a little further right than some of the other players so far we've seen. Angle straight. Lauren, that one got away from her. Good break there.
Nice.
I'm interested to see Shannon Pluhowski. Looked like she had a really good look, and I'm guessing this is urethane with some surface on it, and she had a little area, as you can see right there. I don't know how much you've watched Shannon in your bowling career, but you might get the sense that she may not like a shot, but she'll just do it every time. She'll be like, that doesn't look like Shannon liked it, but she'll strike every time.
Well, what I watched of her just in practice this morning in that 15-minute session was throwing that urethane ball. She had some area to, like, if she got the ball left early, it didn't just face up and go straight. It actually kind of banked off that spot, and she carried some. The racks were ugly, the carry was ugly, but all 10 went down. So you're right, she does have some room, and that went off her hand. Looked like it was right.
And I do think she actually did not like that shot.
I wouldn't have.
But even if when Shannon throws it exceptionally well, she may give you the indication that she didn't like it. And it's just how Shannon rolls.
Well, that and these players are so talented that what they view is a bad shot is better than 99% of the world.
100%. Some other scores, or to keep in mind, I should say, players of note right now. Julia Bond has started strike spare 5-bagger. Liz Culkin has got some family. I believe her mom is here. Of course, she's from Schenectady, New York, so not too much of a drive for her this week, along with someone like Danielle McEwen. A lot of our Northeast players, short trips this week for them. Shout out to, Chris Johnson. Checking in. Happy belated birthday, by the way, Chris. Happy belated, I told her this yesterday, but to Diana Zabyalova, her birthday was yesterday. And anyone else's birthday who was August 1st.
Did you mention the text that we got from young Aaron Smith? Jillian Martin's birthday. 15 years old on July 25th.
No longer 14. Now 15 years old. So
I share a birthday with her, too.
Oh, how about that?
I didn't know that till Aaron sent us that note.
How about that? This is game 1 of 8. Bond has continued to strike. Of course, we do have 4 channels for you, ladies and gentlemen. Lanes 3 through 6, 7 through 10, 11 through 14, 15 through 18. 11 through 14 is the feature channel in regards to commentary, as you already know. So as you move around and check out various players throughout the day, if you do like most do, like Chris Pulliam, for example, and everyone else. Nice shot there for Missy. Open up a few tabs, keep one open, mute the others, and you got yourself a broadcast with 4 channels. Here's Crawley. And Verity has found herself a 3-bagger. This is the time where you start to get into whoa. And a very rare rare channel dweller from Jordan Richard.
That was down on lane 8.
You don't see that every day.
And that just probably compounds the previous mistake where she missed a single pin the frame before.
Gigi still staying clean. Gigi with a nice fan base as well. She is originally from Cranston, Rhode Island. And she still lives there, by the way. So she's got some fans in attendance as well. Her parents made it out this week also. I know we've got a few players from a tire perspective. Those who participate in the Pan Am games. Shaden O'Keefe, Stephanie Johnson, congrats to them on Pan Am doubles gold. Clara Guerrero was out there along with Maria Jose Rodriguez. Clara won the singles gold. Maria won a bronze in singles. Talked to Clara yesterday for Bowl TV Central on the Road podcast. That'll be up at some point today on Bowl TV. So just from the fatigue factor of long week of bowling, then the travel portion to and from Lima, Peru, and then back, of course, into PWBA competition. So some of the things we often talk about, the wear and tear, and but always kind of getting themselves ready to go, for the next event.
I mean, that's not something that can be, you can't practice what those players are going through. You can, even though I'm assuming Peru is on a similar time zone to where we are. I know with relative to the the north and south locations. But so while you might not be skipping international time zones going from, let's say, Europe to the States, it's still a long day of travel. You're still fighting to get through customs once you get out of one country and into another. It's long plane flights. It's maybe 2 or 3 connections in different airports. On top of the fact, like you said, they're coming off of what could arguably be one of the biggest stages that bowling has on the international stage at the Pan American Games. So all the emotions and the stress coming from that, and then you put on top of that the travel, and then you're here at one of the first 3 elite events of the year. I mean, that's a lot to overcome, but that's why these players are the best in the world.
Well, safe to say that we've seen a few more X's on the scoreboard. I will say in game 1 of the PTQ, we did see 260. We saw 240. So there were a few high scores on the fresh on yesterday's pattern. A little different today. Again, don't know exactly what they're bowling on. But I would say there's maybe some minor similarities, but it is different. You can tell, I think, in length, and I think you can tell in volume as well. And as Chris noted, there have been a lot of bowling balls going through the nose so far. So the fresh back ends, those can be quite tricky to tame, especially on the fresh.
Well, just watching the ball motion that Shannon's getting from that urethane ball, it's really difficult to get that motion from a urethane ball on anything longer than maybe 39 feet, 38, 39 feet. Of course, volume and the topography and the lane surface itself all play a part in that. But generally speaking, over the last 4 or 5 years, when urethane has really been prevalent at the local level and the regional level, where I'm from down in Kentucky, you don't see urethane look that good on anything longer than about 39 feet. So if I had to guess, I would say yesterday may have been somewhere between 40 to 42, and I would say that today is somewhere south of 40.
Yesterday's PTQ again won by Poplar at plus 105. Second was Haley Richard. Had herself a nice day at plus 79. Julia Bond got a break after the open in the 9th. So one more, she will be in the 240s. Parkin got that one right, and unfortunately pays the ultimate price in the 10th frame. And so far, which, again, and it's similar to what we've seen throughout the season. On certain patterns, if you get the ball right too quickly, down lane or early, even in the fronts, it's going to be trouble. This is an event I can tell you right now, and I've watched Shannon Puhowski bowl a lot on the PWBA tour, and when she's able to get off generally to good starts, and she's got good ball reaction on the fresh, it could be trouble. It could be trouble for the field.
You mentioned earlier about how much have I seen Shannon bowl over the course of my career, and the answer would be not a lot, but you don't have to watch her bowl to know her accomplishments, to know what she can do with the bowling ball. So it does not surprise me that you've witnessed that firsthand out here, that if she gets off to a strong start, the field, the other 31 players could be in trouble.
The best thing about, there's a lot of great things about being out here, but one of the things from my perspective is, obviously we do a lot of watching from where we are, but you get to understand some of the players' tendencies throughout a block, what they like, what they don't like to see, and then you have those conversations about ball motion and various things like that. And so you start to pick up on a few things. And I don't remember which event it was, but there was an event where I said the same thing about Shannon. She made a nice run, and I think just missed the finals at some point. Good shot there from Gigi. Gigi's game lends her to being further left. And so no surprise that we see a little bit of a contrast from, someone like Gigi to Missy, who was on this same pair, for example. And then there's Brianna Cote, who likes to also keep her angles relatively straight through the fronts as well. Good shot there from Bree. We'll get into the points list. We'll talk about Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year races at the moment as well. Perhaps we'll have some viewers' choice. We'll say, hey, what, anything about the upcoming events on tour that you'd like to chat about, if we can. We'll even say, hey, Daniel, what do you, maybe you want to chat about something specifically. And then we'll also keep in mind that we have a full round tonight. So that'll be my advice to you for the next couple weeks, is I try to jot down a few things that I may want to discuss with our good folks on Bowl TV. But it's like anything else, any other broadcast you prepare for, it's just not your first go around in that realm of broadcasting.
You are correct, and you're one of the ones back at Lindenwood who first taught me about a broadcaster preparing for a show, whether it's compiling basketball stats before doing play-by-play or doing PA work at the football stadium, knowing how to properly pronounce the third-string linebacker's name because you never know if he's going to get in the game or not.
Speaking of that, you are dead on, A. And speaking of that, I had that on my list of things to do specifically for you this week, and then when we got to the PTQ, I'm like, I didn't give him that guide they still wanted to give you. So I will do that. But having said all that, we don't want to give everything away that we could certainly talk about in the first 4 hours of the day. So we'll save a little bit for tonight.
But I've learned sometimes when I want to talk about something, I just start talking and I don't know where I'm going. I just see where the sentence takes me. And then, 10 paragraphs later, I have completely forgotten the point that I wanted to make at the beginning. But a lot of what I said was good content, I think.
Josie Barnes finishes things out with a wrap 10. She shoots 204. Of course, Josie, and if you hadn't read the story this week in advance, Josie, our defending champion here at the East Hartford Open. And battling some adversity, certainly with the loss of her mother. For those who may not be aware, that happened a little over a month ago at this point, and in an automobile accident. And unfortunately, just 2 days ago, then lost one of her grandfathers as well. So it's been a trying time for the Barnes and Ernest family. So for those of you, whatever you do, whatever way you handle your business on the spiritual level, whether it's, pray, whether you just give hugs, whatever it is, just think about the Barnes family, for a day or so, and, send them all the nice vibes, certainly, that you can. It was one of the toughest things that I've actually ever written, and it was even tougher because I consider Josie a friend. I know at this level, when you're in the broadcaster's chair, you have to be objective, and I do that. But at the same time, you have to be able to separate the friendship and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, she's a friend. I've known her for a very long time. And so hate to see things like that for anybody, whether it was her or anyone else.
And I think things like that shows real life, and that transcends the job. That transcends our job here, her job on the lanes. At that point, you see a friend who is going through a very, very tough time, and you reach out as a friend and talk to them and just offer, like you said, offer support, whether it's hugs, well wishes, prayers.
The thing about it is, for her specifically, and I knew that she would be able to do this, and she has no issue kind of discussing what's happened. And I think mainly because, her mom taught her a lot of great stuff. Her mom was a fantastic person. And Josie's also very good at kind of conjugating what needs to be said in the proper way. So, nonetheless, send them your hugs as we move forward. Having said all of that, Game 2 is upon us. We talked about Birgit Poplar handling business at the PTQ. Well, let's hear from Birgit and our video recap from yesterday's PTQ leader, Birgit Poplar.
Up the PTQ here in East Hartford, and you were able to put up the biggest block out of everyone, got to plus 105. Yep. It's been a month since we've gotten to see everyone. How have you been just taking the last month to kind of prepare for the second half of the season?
I actually just kind of rested because I had so many issues with my back the first swing. So after I got home, I took like 2 weeks off. And then I went, try to work out on my back, and then I just went back to practice and try to find something that's not going to hurt again.
So what percentage would you say you're kind of with the back injury right now, and what you're at?
Probably 90% is good. So it's still it's not bothering me while I'm bowling. I still feel it, but it's definitely a lot better. So I'm not wearing this, I had a brace that I had to wear, so I don't have to use that anymore. So that's definitely a plus.
Definitely awesome. So today we started with game of the 180s, and then you cruised kind of from there. Just what did you like from this pattern? We didn't get to see what it was, but just kind of how did you find a look, and how were you able to maintain it over two sides of the house?
Well, the two sides for me, it wasn't really that different, to be honest. I just tried to, I was hoping I could stay farther right, but it didn't work for me. So I said, I'm not going to stay trapped again. Because I just kind of, every week I try to do what everyone else is doing, and it just doesn't work for me that well. So I was like, well, I'm just going to move left. And just try to stay patient, make my spares. And like you said, I started with 180 and then just got 210s, and just moved up there every game kind of, and then I just try to carry that over to finish. Yeah.
Now, obviously, we got a practice session coming up in a little bit, and then we get to the main event tomorrow. But how important were these 8 games to get familiar with the center?
I was here last year, but they had new lanes, so everything was kind of different. And there are differences from down end, lower end, other side, but for me it really wasn't that bad. And I'm always freezing, but the temperature is actually nice, so I like that a lot.
It's pretty comfortable in here, right?
Yes.
All right, Birgit, great bowling today.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you in the Linfield starting tomorrow, and best of luck the rest of the way out.
Thank you.
Good thoughts there from Birgit Poplar. Good work from Aaron Smith and Curtis Von Kruger. As we begin Game 2, Tanya Raumemper, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Liz Colkin, and Julia Bond on 13 and 14. KC, my man, hope all is well, KC. I see that looks like you're about to move, man. Come on. Can't be leaving the shot like that. However, we were just talking about the Pacific Northwest yesterday and how that was an area of the country that I still look forward to visiting. And so I'm excited about the opportunity to go to Washington next year for a PWBA event. I think I missed a couple folks earlier in the chat. If I did, I'm sorry. No, Zach Singer, Buffalo Grove's finest. I think Brandon mentioned the question. Daniel will be absolutely helping to handle business in my absence. Between he and Aaron and Jason Thomas will be here, but I know JT will be. He'll tell you. Now I don't want to be on it. He'll tell you that now. So between Daniel and Aaron, they'll be here for no doubt the next two events. We got a couple regionals in there to take care of as well, including this week. And then depending on how things go, my plan right now is to return for the Players' Championship. Should that plan change, which it certainly very well could, I will be returning for the Tour Championship. And Jennifer mentioned, Daniel, that I believe she's going to be in Orlando. I think she's also going to compete in the regional. And we had been having some cookie chatter.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
And so, as you know, you will now get to reap the rewards of a very awesome Bowl TV viewer, and perhaps indulge in some delicious pastries and desserts.
Well, if that's the case, then I will make sure in Orlando that I have a nice jug of 2% milk with me, because you can't do cookies without milk. I can't do cookies without a nice glass of 2% milk. So.
Oh, that brings up some comedy that I won't get into, but hopefully all of you have seen the original Kings of Comedy, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Hook.
Dasha Kovalova, the Queen in 2019. Jordan Richard, the franchise as eloquently labeled by EBI, Ebonite International. Carson Lukosius and Danielle McEwen. DMAC sometimes referred to as the robot by her Team USA teammates. Mentioned Carson Lukosius. She is a player who advanced through yesterday's PTQ, and along with Lauren Hoffman, who we saw on 11 and 12 to begin Game 1. Those two players with a lot of collegiate experience. Carson finished third, tied for third in this year's Intercollegiate Singles Championships. And by the looks of things, what we got there? Let's see, Lauren finished tied for ninth with Kelly Kulik. Good spare there for Kovalova. And I mentioned sometimes the surprise of good players being in the PTQ situation. That is the reality for someone like Kelly Kulik, for example, who did have to bowl the PTQ. The interesting thing to keep in mind, folks, this year is last year's elite field, the top 24 was set for the entire 3-event stretch. This year it is revolving each event. So that means your top 24 may not be the top 24 at the end of this event. They could be different in some capacity next year. And for example, Kelly may bowl her way this week back into the top 24. She was just a few spots out coming into this week. Shout out to Alyssa, will be bowling the PTQ in Orlando as well. That's pretty cool, man. We got our Bowl TV viewers will be lacing it up in some capacity. That's really awesome.
For example, two of our players, I believe, who aren't here, Aaron McCarthy and Shayna Ung, they could presumably, I'm not sure, I haven't looked at how the points work, but sitting 19th and 20th right now, could they presumably drop out of the top 24?
It's possible.
by
We'll
missing
have
this
to.
event?
This is. We'll have to check the rules.
Okay.
The rules. Each the point values are in the rules, and I know you're a numbers individual, so you actually might enjoy taking a look at that and doing some numbers at the end. Of course, we'll have them updated at the end of the event. In fact, we're probably going into tomorrow's television show. That's something at this point in the season that is typically utilized on tour, so viewers can kind of accurately know what's happening as the matches are going on television, especially as we get closer to the Tour Championship, deciding Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year, which both of those look like they will be somewhat close based on the performances of those who are in contention in both of those races respectively. Give a shout out to my man Brant Houghton. Just realized, of course, I didn't have our messenger communication up. I do this to Brant every single week. Every week. I'm surprised that he hasn't actually sent me some message about, hey, guy, can you open up the Slack?
Can you pay attention to the thing we do every week?
He hasn't done it yet. So let's check in on Brant. Let me make sure he's all right. Again, 4 channels this week, and that will be, I would say, somewhat of the standard. Excellent shot there from Jay Rich, trying to quickly bounce back. I didn't see the final score of her first game, but we know there were some hiccups.
She could have punched out for 203, so I don't know. We're still waiting on some Game 1 scores online, but they are scrolling here in the building. After Game 1, I believe Julia Bond is our leader at 242. And 12th place, we don't have a name, but 12th place, which is the cut to tomorrow, is plus 13.
Aaron Cook checking in. It's been a little while since Aaron is checked in, but of course, Aaron is checking in on fellow alums of Wichita State. That's become our thing between Aaron and I, and when Steve Klumpkin decides to check in as well. Aaron, of course, also representing and working for the Big B. Shout out to Mike Dole. Saw Dole in the chat as well, checking in on their fellow Brunswick representative and Dasha Kovalova. Brent says the giveaway cannon looks to be in rare form. That generally means there could be multiple, especially when he's talking about it this early in the day.
Well, yesterday I was informed that it may have been the first time anyone's seen Brant without his morning caffeine. He said he went forever without any caffeine. He's an energy drink guy. When we leave the hotel this morning, he has 3 tall energy drink cans in his hands. So
yeah, he's ready to go.
If he's killed 1.5 of maybe 2 of them already, it's not even 11 o'clock yet.
He is ready to go.
Yeah, the cannon could be primed.
Dasha, let me ask you a question. And I've talked to Jason Thomas about this, and he's actually the one who made me kind of really pay attention to it. In a washout situation, how many times have you sent the head pin around the 10? And knowing that you, and I think it was something that you mentioned maybe at the senior match that I may have listened to, but I was talking to Aaron about it and how you've done everything you could do to make that washout. And in many cases, as bowlers, we may sometimes make excuses. Hey, something's wrong with them, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it was the ball. I mean, at what point can we just say that wasn't my fault? Like, the head pin should clip the 10. It shouldn't wrap around like that.
I think what I said, because I know I said this because this is the way that I've always viewed it, is if I wrap the head pin around the 10 pin on a washout, I converted it. The ball did, the pins did.
I knew it was something. I knew I heard you say this, and I was like,
I did it.
I'm in total agreement with this.
It's kind of like we were talking about your hatred for 8 pins.
Yeah, it's become a thing.
And I said that I believe that a stone 8 pin is the only true tap in bowling. You did nothing wrong. Well, that's how I feel about kicking the head pin around the 10 on a washout, or the 2 around the 10 on a 2-4-10. You've done nothing wrong. The pins are the ones that missed it.
Oh, the Liz Culkin roar off and running early here on Bowl TV at Hall of Fame Silver Lanes, the PWBA East Hartford Open. Emil Williams Jr. with Daniel Farish. Aaron Smith. Aaron, where are you? Where is Aaron at today? Well, he's in the office checking in, handling some business right now, but he is in the building along with Curtis Von Kruger. Big shout out to Neil Milligan, our PWBA Tournament Director, Director of Operations, and of course, a USBC Hall of Famer. Shout out to Kathy Watka, always handles our scores. Thanks to all of our volunteers for the week here at Hall of Fame Silver Lanes, and Kathy Kavicki handling our on-site merchandise.
Taylor Bolthice right next door after she advanced to the main event through the PTQ yesterday. Struggled out of the gate, 156 the first game, but has front 4 this game as she throws her shot in the 5th. Runs a little high, 6'10", but a good way to bounce back after a tough first game.
Rebounding, and not the basketball rebound, but rebounding from tough games, adversity, etc. So important. In this situation, though, 8 games, really 16 games today. Not quite the marathon, not quite the sprint as well, but enough games to where one bad one may not hurt you.
And I had that conversation with a young player at Junior Gold on day 1. They shot a 120 the first game. This was in the U20 boys. And he came back and he was pretty distraught. And he and I made eye contact. And we got to talking, and I said, look, I'm not promising any future results, but let me tell you, my first year at Junior Gold, day 1, I shot a 127, and I went on to make Junior Team USA. So this one game on Monday is not going to cost you your tournament. Taylor shooting 156, her first game this morning, is not going to cost her if she can regroup, bowl well. If she gets in that top 12 cut for tomorrow, she's not going to be looking back at that 156. We do have some scores. After game 1, Julia Bond is our leader at 242. Tanya Rumpier, 236. Verity Crawley, 232. Shannon Plahowski, 227. Haley Richard in 5th at 225. Diana Zabyalova, 222. Valerie Bercier, 219. Kelly Kulik, 218. Giselle Poss, is that how you pronounce her last name, I believe?
Yep.
216. Liz Culkin, 215. Clara Guerrero, 214. And your cut line after one game, Sydney Brummett at 213.
Yeah, we are cutting to the top 12. So if you think about it in a standard event situation, this will be an abbreviated version of a standard event. And if you think about it in that regard, basically we've already cut or made the cut to the round of 32. Instead of doing it on Saturday, we do it on, basically it's already done once after the PTQ is complete. So we start with 32 players on Friday instead of, whatever our normal entry count could be, 70 to 80, 90 players, etc. And cutting to 32. We essentially start with 32 and then cut to the round of 12. The round of 12 will begin tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And then obviously a few hours and we'll know our top 5 will advance to the live TV Step Ladder Finals on CBS Sports Network. And in between that time, there'll be a fan fest featuring the brands and partners of the PWBA. And those in attendance can come on out and mingle with your favorite PWBA players and test some bowling equipment before they take their seats for the live TV show. We actually started those. We did it for the first time last year and first time for the Elite Tour as well. So we realized there's this break in between the round of 12 and then the TV show And what's a good way to, allow fans to kind of still enjoy themselves in between those hours. And Fan Fest has been well received by, of course, the fans, because that's why we did it.
Well, that's one of the coolest parts about that is getting to throw some of the new equipment. That ball demo, that's a really neat experience to get to throw some of the bowling balls that might not even be out on the market yet, and to see what the new stuff is going to do, and it gives you an idea of what you want to maybe put in your bag in the coming months. That's a great opportunity.
Bottom of the 10 pin, and we watched Julia talk about playing them straight. So far from everyone we've seen, she's playing them the straightest. A shot there from Rodriguez, your defending PWBA Tour champion, and the reigning Tour championship winner. And right now, Maria trying to earn a spot like everyone else. Only a couple locked up at this point. Boltice continues to strike. She's got 6 out of 7 on 9 and 10. This week could be, I should say, the next 3 events. Then we'll have another small break because of the World Bowling Women's Championships, which will take place in Las Vegas. And this is an international event. This is the premier, aside from the Pan Am Games, for example, the World Bowling Women's Championships, World Championships in general, where the team gold medal is the kind of most coveted prize in international competition generally. So Team USA, Team Colombia. Actually, Verity Crawley will be representing England. It's been a while, I believe, since she has been involved in international competitions, and she is excited about that. So several things to kind of look forward to. That'll be, again, in Las Vegas at the end of the month. I believe it's the 22nd through the 30th. And then we'll get back into PWBA action on September 4th, the start of the Cubic AMF PWBA Players Championship. Brandon is checking in. Amanda Falk. Happy first day yesterday, Amanda Falk. By the way, maybe it's just the teachers who are coming in early. Amanda, you can help me out with that, because I'm really hoping that school is not starting that early in Tucson.
Some schools in Indiana have started.
Wow.
Started this week.
I'm assuming that the break, they get done earlier, of course, which would make sense.
Well, I know I can't speak to the other 49 states, but I know in Kentucky.
That would be impressive if you could.
I can't. The teachers missed a lot of days going to Frankfurt and protesting and going on strike because of some issues going on with our governor and their pension and stuff.
Okay.
And a buddy of mine teaches for the Jefferson County public school system there in Louisville, and they were in class until the second week of June, and then they're going back second or third week of August. So he said it really wasn't that summer break that you remember as a kid, that 3-month break you may have gotten from early May to middle to late August. He said that we get about 2 months off. The kids get about 2 months off. The teachers have about 6-7 weeks.
In regards to school, and I grew up in Chicago, went to Chicago public schools. There was a difference in what time the schools in the city started and when schools in the suburbs started. Suburbs generally started earlier, got out earlier. City schools generally started later, obviously got out later. So I was always used to, school didn't start until after Labor Day. The next day after Labor Day is when school will start.
Wow.
We didn't get out of school until mid to late June. And that even includes if you graduated. Like if you were graduating,
Oh, wow.
it was maybe a week earlier than what the normal
right.
end of school year or day would be.
Yeah, I was always like August 20th we were out, or we were in, and, you know, mid-May we were out. That was.
So it was one of those things where it was good. Like, oh, you guys are in school, haha, we're not in school yet. And then it was, oh, you get to enjoy your summer vacation earlier, like weeks earlier.
Weeks earlier.
Then we'd be regretting being, you know, still in school at that time. School. Generally, that means there could be some clinics being put on. Right now, it's Taylor Boltice putting on the clinic here in Game 2. Again, she's over on 9 and 10 if you want to check that out. Julia Bond. I'm sure Bond is playing.
She's right up 6, 7, 8. But she's very straight through the front of through the front of the heads and down past the arrows into the mid lane. There are other players that are trying to play a break point that far right, as I just happen to see Lauren Hoffman a little further right and straighter, off to our right. Dasha on our pair right here appears to be playing a break point further right, and right there she moved in, but she's been out around 5, 6, 7 this game with one strike and very little success. The crowd erupts behind us for Gigi Mason down on 17, throwing a strike in the 9th frame. She's on a 5-bagger. But it appears that if you're going to play this pattern of a break point further right, you want to be as straight as you can off your hand through the front of the lane. And if you're not going to play that break point, then you just got to get left.
Well, there's no mistake about the future for Julia Bond. You know, the cliche is bright would be really is a fabrication because it's beyond bright. She's already won 2 regional titles. She will be on TV no matter what happens in August as part of the Go Bowling Regional Showdown. Her and Elise Bolton have locked up spots by wins early this season on the regional tour. Again, someone potentially will join them this Sunday. In fact, this is the final regional prior to the Go Bowling Regional Showdown. And so the scenarios there are, if a member does win this week, not named Julia Bond, I believe Elise Bolton was checking in yesterday in the PTQ, and I believe she was taking care of business on from a rehab perspective. Might be briefly or slightly injured a little bit. But that person will join Julia and Elise in the regional showdown. That would mean there's one more spot. There's 4 players who will be competing on that show. That spot will be earned by the player, essentially a tie-break situation because Julia won 2. The player with a minimum of 2 regional events bowled, the highest earner of that grouping will join the Go Bowling Regional Showdown. So just something to keep in mind if you're watching the regional competition on Sunday.
Off to our right, lanes 15, 16, and Verity Crawley, 256. A little further down, Gigi Mason stepping up in the 10th. Excuse me, in the 11th. She's already in the 240s. She can strike here to get into the 250s. Kayla Bandy was making a run at the 270s over on 9 and 10. Left a 9-pin there in the 10th. She converts that, she'll be in the 250s. So some pretty good scores out there here, game 2.
It's giving us the impression that this could be a high-scoring event. But I've been down that road before. And the back half of blocks can look a little rough sometimes. But generally, if the scoring pace is high early for everyone, not just a few, then the scoring pace could be high overall.
typically you'll look for a trend. What style of player is succeeding? And in just this game alone, the first 2 games we see Julia playing a little further right, had success game 1. We see Kayla Bandy, who's a little left of her, kind of maybe in that tweener range, is going to pop off 250 here. Gigi and Verity, both left of them. They're in the 250 range this game. So you're seeing different styles. Further right, further left, straighter, heavier handed, higher revs, all having success on this pattern, which is what you want. Either you want everyone to have the opportunity to succeed and scores be high, or if you're going the other end of the spectrum on a tougher pattern, you want everyone to be challenged. Kayla Bandy, 254. Nice bounce back after shooting a 179 game 1. Looks like Dasha has moved left. A little better motion down lane, a little stronger.
Both Ice finished with 229. Might have just mentioned that.
I did not.
Who else was that Kayla Bandy?
Kayla, yes.
Danielle McEwen. This is the first event back from a singles perspective. Of course, the PBA, PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles event just concluded last weekend. So the first singles event, PWBA, and the last person to win a singles event was Danielle McEwen, and she won the U.S. Women's Open. I believe the most prestigious win you can have, prestigious title, and had to be clutch in both of her matches. I just saw a good social photo of her recently, of her with the trophy. She said she had a good spot for it, all made up and ready to go at home. Good shot there from Dosh. Sandra Gongora, this could be a very, very big 3-event stretch for her. Like from every vantage point, from the confidence perspective. Her best finish this year has been second at the Lincoln Open. She's also had a couple of events where she said, "Hey, just not quite sure what happened, what went wrong." She shoots 209. Stephanie Johnson sporting the Family Feud jersey. Be on the lookout for that when she hits the featured pairs. You probably have already seen it if you are watching other pairs at this point or other channels. What's up, Jasmine? Hope all is well with you. Shell, I think, I know for sure we talked about this actually last year. We talked about it last year during Media Day. And we ended up having a conversation for her profile video that we were doing at the time. And she kind of explained some of the differences between what Dasha or Daria means in her native world. And so, based on that conversation, she much prefers Dasha. Having said that, if you talk to those who went to Wichita State during her time there and coaches, they have always called her Dasha. So, which would make sense very early on and coming over from Ukraine, for example, and wanting to be comfortable. So they've always called her Dasha. The rest of the world is just now catching up to her being called Dasha as well. And what Aaron said also, because that could cause certainly some confusion between Daria Payok. And you say, well, Daria, well, who are you talking about? Dasha is certainly much easier from my standpoint. And I don't know not Daria Payok that well, but I do know Dasha very well now. Mm-hmm. And her personality is off the charts.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh. Listen, all I can tell you is
don't hook.
If you get a chance to talk to Dash the next few, hopefully we make this happen, but she is hilarious in every sense of the word.
That's
just downright funny.
That's one of the things I was looking forward to coming out here for the next 3 weeks, is not only getting to get to know the people that I've known from before, from a previous lifetime with Junior Team USA, whether it was Kayla or Bree or Shannon, but getting to know some of these other players who I've always seen around but never really met and never really had a chance to talk to. Because I've heard from people like you and people who have traveled with these women and talked to them and bowled with them, that they're all great people. They, like you said, very outgoing personalities, but I've never experienced it myself. And being a type A personality that I am, very outgoing person who likes to talk to people, I'm looking forward to getting to know a lot of them.
Aaron is also right. She also can draw with the best. Definitely. I remember she drew when Liz Colkin made the U.S. Women's Open show last year. She took like a PWBA sign. We give fans to make signs and hold them up in the audience. And it wasn't that long, honestly. I don't know how many minutes it took, but it wasn't very long. And she came up with this like full-on portrait of Liz for the show. I mean, it was just fantastic.
That is one skill that I do not possess. I can't draw.
Me neither. I'm a stick figure kind of guy.
Oh, yeah.
Game 2 is in the books. And, well, for some players, okay, just making sure. I tell you, all the bowling is going on 1 through 20, and it's packed. It's packed here in Hall of Fame Silver Lanes. Coming up next in Game 3, Liz Johnson, Shannon O'Keefe, Rocio Restrepo, and Valerie Bercier will join us here in Game 3. And on 11 and 12, Haley Richard, Diana Zavgalova, Sydney Brummett, and Giselle Poss will hit the lanes on 13 and 14.
John, the Stepladder TV Finals will be tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, live on CBS Sports Network. As Emil mentioned, These women competing on lanes 3 through 18 right now for their 16 games of qualifying, 8 now, and then 8 starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Time later tonight. All of that here on Bowl TV, as well as their 6 games. Once we make that cut to 12, those 6 games tomorrow morning will be right here on 3 through 18. And then the stepladder finals will be on the other side of the house. Again, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CBS Sports Network tomorrow night. Like within our viewing range, right here on 13 and 14, and we can see most of the monitors. Just some of the ones a little further away aren't as clear. Haley Richard has the highest 2-game total at 459. Haley made it through via the PTQ yesterday. So she's trying to turn that opportunity not just into a oh, I made the main event, I'm going to cash, but hey, let's make a run at this top 12 and let's see what we can do about that top 5. And I've already put a challenge out to all of my Louisville competitors who I know are going to be bowling the PTQ next week. I said, look, I expect you all to show up.
You just put it to them like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mince words.
High standards. Just got to mess around. No, you don't actually in real life.
Well, for instance, last year, the Kentucky Open, the men's finals, the top 12, there was no one representing the city of Louisville in the Kentucky Open top 12 finals. So I put on Facebook after the finals, I said, look, congratulations to all the guys that made it. A bunch of Indiana guys, some Ohio guys, Tennessee. I said, but Louisville, you got to do better this year. That was embarrassing. And this year, we had 4 Louisville players in the top 12. So yeah, when it comes to this sport, I don't mince words. I tell it like it is.
Well, Bowl TV viewers, that's what you can expect from DQ. I can vouch for that, though. I've heard and had plenty of conversation with him over the course of many years at this point. This shot to open things up or at least on the left lane, for Sydney Brummett. Mom is here. Mama Brummett. They drove from Fort Wayne. There's Valerie Bercier, currently leading the way.
Well thrown shot.
Have you seen her bowl before?
I've not.
I've been thinking about a nickname for her. Really, all I can come up with is smooth. Maybe silky. But everyone's got a great physical game out here, but it's rare when someone's physical game kind of stands out when on a tour like this, and she has one of those games that stands out.
Well, then I will enjoy watching her bowl because being a very smooth player on the approach myself, I enjoy watching players who I feel throw the ball similar to me. It makes me feel like that my game isn't as outdated as maybe I think it is. So to see players with that type of style out here on tour having success just makes me feel good.
Brandon, that's a good comment. Indeed, I am, y'all know how I roll, and this is me normally. Neither one of us are really being who we are not. I'm being me, he's being him. And any really person that I've worked with, and whether it's been PWBA related or Bowl TV related, whether it's been, I go back to college, I've always been the mellow, laid back, kind of smooth style on the microphone. Whether it's I'm giving color commentary, analysts, or I'm doing play-by-play, and always seem to work with someone who is maybe a touch more on the decimal level, might be a little higher than mine, and it always seems to work out because the combo is good. There's always need some kind of balance. sometimes it can be a little tough to have two of the exact same individual. What's up, Fran?
So that would be the color to your play-by-play.
Yeah, I would say that.
You're the guy that everyone wants to listen to, the smooth, silky tones, the mellow voice, and then I'm the guy that pipes in every 2 minutes just screaming about something.
And that's the balance. Because once you get done, I'll just reel them back in with soft undertones, a calming water wave. Next thing you'll know, you'll be going to sleep. Well, that's actually not true. By the way, you got a very nice compliment from Fran Deacon. And when Fran Deacon gives you a compliment, you've made it in life. Thanks, Fran.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That's
Fran has a lot of roots from the PWBA tour, and she is a Hall of Famer. Just to give you some context in case you were not aware.
I was unaware.
Okay.
Going back to the comment about my love of history, one of the coolest things about Junior Gold, I was at Thunderbolt, which I covered throughout the entire week on live stream, so I'm not going to revisit it, but just a ton of history in that bowling center and over at the Thunderbolt Arena. And I got the opportunity to go below the 20-lane section where the TV finals for Junior Gold were taped and look at the original lane beds, the original 4 lane beds, where they sat, the stadium seating that's still there, that the 20 lanes are built on top of, and look at what that place was 58 years ago when it was built back in the late 50s and opened, I believe, in 61. And to be in that building and see that history and go back in time, I mean, I got chills. That was awesome.
I didn't get a chance to take the tour. Of course, I didn't get there until Friday morning.
Yeah. And then you rolled out.
And then I was called away.
Yeah.
For potential baby duties. I'm on the lookout for that today as well. So already chatting with the wife. First test today was pretty solid.
Good.
Actually, it was great.
I mentioned to Aaron back in the office before this squad started, we saw you on the phone. I said, man, every time we see him on the phone, we're going to just be waiting. All right, I got to go, guys.
I've tried to set my phone to all of the alert, vibrate, and I don't generally have my phone up too loud, especially when I'm on the air. So, if someone does call me, it doesn't, viciously scream out tones on the air. But that's all for not today. You got scores, my man?
Yeah, we do. Game 2 results. Verity Crawley leads the way, plus 88 after firing off 256 the last game. Haley Richard, plus 59, tied with Julia Bond, also at plus 59. 4th, Giselle Post at plus 48. Kelly Kulik in 5th, plus 42. Shannon Plahowski, plus 37. Gigi Mason, plus 35. Tanya Rumpier, plus 33, tied with Kayla Bandy after her 254, also plus 33. 10th place, Sydney Brummett, plus 30. Clara Guerrero in 11th at plus 23, and the cut has moved from plus 13 to plus 19. That'll be Josie Barnes after 204 and 215 to start the day. In this 32-player field, 19 are even or better.
I briefly mentioned about scoring pace. And sometimes it's, a few players who have found ways to strike more than others. When the scores across the board are generally high, then that normally would suggest a higher scoring pace. Over on 9 and 10 right now. There are 4 bowlers through 5 frames. 20 frames total. There have been 17 strikes amongst those 4 bowlers. 17 out of 20 right now between Clara Guerrero and, of course,
the broadcaster's curse.
It never fails. Prior to that, she left the pocket 7-10 in the 6th frame. But Kelly Kulik is on the pair. She's got the front 5. Jazriel Tan is on this pair. She's gone spare 4-bagger, as has Jillian Martin, spare 4-bagger. Clara had went double, 9 spare double, and now pocket 7-10. So if you're curious what's going on lanes 9 and 10, you can check out that channel. It is called Lane 7 to 10 on Bowl TV.
You know, Michelle makes a comment in the chat. I was thinking about this when I was looking at the Game 2 standings. When you've got a field, comparatively speaking, that's this small, that's this stacked, of course there's going to be someone in first, and there is going to be someone in last. That's just the way it works. But the person who threw 2 games right now is sitting at the bottom is not a name you would expect, and that's Liz Johnson. It's surprising because I see some of the players out here. We know Liz, who's just, again, struggling on our featured pair this game. Is the best when it comes to playing north to south, when it's playing up the boards, and to see some of these other players having success playing them straighter, to see her struggling like this is quite a surprise.
It is, and I certainly would have liked to have seen what maybe was going on in the first couple games. And I feel like it, you know, and I'm just guessing here because I haven't seen anything. Meanwhile, Rocio with 4 in a row as well. Ro has been battling some injuries throughout the season as well, and health issues. So good to see her back and competing well, and near a conversion there from Zavyalova. So it's rare that Liz Johnson throws it bad. So my thinking hat says maybe she's just trying to find the right motion at this moment in time, as opposed to, and it certainly could be physical. We don't know. But when I'm thinking of Liz Johnson, I don't think. Yeah, she's probably not throwing it good. I'm thinking, yeah, she's just not matched up.
Doesn't have the motion, right. Correct.
But similar to what you talked about earlier in regards to, you know, if you have some low games, sometimes it's good to have them early. And then, you know, the knowledge that she's already gained basically by the struggles on the fresh so far, thinking ahead to tonight's round 2. And how, what might be different based on how she finishes this block.
You know,
and a pocket 7-10 on the same lane Clara Guerrero left it. Go ahead.
As soon as you mentioned on that pair, they had 17 strikes through 20 frames. The last 4 shots have been strike, pocket 7-10, pocket 7-10, flat 10-pin.
You know what the common denominator there is?
Either you bringing it up or the 10-pin.
No, it's just me.
Okay.
Just me. Happens all the time.
And
it will happen to you.
Oh, I've already done it. I can't tell you how many front 9s, front 10s at the Open Championships I put a black cloud on just because I walked down there to video it.
Oh. Wow. That's rare.
We both saw that scout coming off the sidewall at that 10-pin that Giselle threw. Hit the 10, but didn't hit it hard enough to knock it down.
That pin came roaring.
Yeah.
From left to right. Yet, we've seen the 10-pin be kicked ever so softly on the right sidewall. Yesterday in the PTQ a few times. So, and it's little oddities I tend to take to. Why pins fall the way they do, why they don't. In some cases, nice shot there from LJ. Briefly chatted with her yesterday during practice. She was asking me how's everything going in regards to our upcoming child. So just to change some cool words. Always enjoy my time talking with Liz. At some point, we've got to get the lunch thing situated. We're not too far away from each other when I am at home in the Shy. All right, DZ takes care of business. Jazriel Tan has continued the strike train, though. She's got 6 in a row.
Our PTQ leader, Birgit Poplar, down on lane 5 on the front 5, stepping up in the 6th momentarily.
Shannon O'Keefe, front 6 here on 11 and 12. Almost some similarities to what's going on over, or what was happening on 9 and 10 in regards to the amount of strikes on this pair. And it's starting to work their way into something similar. Of course, Shannon O'Keefe, it is, has been the best player on tour without a doubt the last 2 seasons. This one included. Reigning PWBA Player of the Year. On the Queens last year. Entered the Tour Championship as a top seed. As Sydney Brummett starting to make a nice run here on 13 and 14. Won a couple titles. She's again won 2 titles already here this season. Speaking of Shannon O'Keefe.
Good shot by Rowe there.
So when you start to look ahead potentially and how this thing's going to shape out. What's that? 1,140 points, which is in the big scheme, and how many points you can earn per week. It's not a lot. The minimum today for 32nd, for example, is 2,500. And the highest if you miss the round of 12, nearing 4,000. But that's the difference, though. 1140 between Shannon O'Keefe and Danielle McEwen right now for tops on the PWBA points list. Sizable gap between McEwen and Dasha Kovalova. McEwen at 72.10, Dash at 56.720. And then it's, at that point, Clara's at 52,000, Jordan Richards at 50,000. And so it's kind of shaping up to way 2018 looked, in the sense that Shannon and Danielle are going to be on the collision course, if you will. And this thing could go all the way to the Tour Championship, which it almost did last year, but it ended at the Players, where Shannon clinched it, actually while calling the match. Danielle needed to finish either first or second at the Players to have a chance at the Tour Championship. So that race is setting up to be a good one again, between the best player right now and, without a doubt, Danielle McEwen. I think she has probably got, it's hard to even say, because her potential years of being the best could be, roll it, twirl it down. Highlights already here on Bowl TV. But McEwen's realm of being that best player, that could be her, and it could be her for a very long time whenever
it could
that starts. I mean, she's already in the conversation, obviously. But until, I'm a person that said, hey, until you dethrone whoever that person is at the time, which is Shannon O'Keefe, it hadn't started yet.
Well, and you talk about how her future and how long she could hold that reign or have the ability to hold that reign. You look at the great thing about the sport of bowling is if you keep your physical game simple, and we talked about this yesterday, if you don't have a lot of moving parts, you keep your game simple. Look at Norm Duke. He's in his early to mid-50s. He was voted Bowler of the Year. He won 2 titles this year on the men's tour. You can compete well past the prime age for just about any other sport.
I agree, 100%. I think Liz Johnson has shown us that.
Yes.
Obviously with the no tour being around, she competed, on the PBA and regionally, etc. Bowled everything you could bowl that was still available. Queens, U.S. Women's Opens, etc. But Liz came out and was the player, the return to the PWBA, and up until last season, she was the Player of the Year, first person to win 3 in a row. Now Shannon is, kind of on that path. She too just turned 40 years old. Liz now at 44. Shannon now at 40.
Birgit Poplar on the front 7, down on 5 and 6. Of course, Shannon O'Keefe in front of us, stepping up in the 8th.
Jazrael Tan has continued to strike over on 9 and 10. Spare 7-bagger. O'Keefe looking for 8 in a row.
That was good off her
Bang.
hand. Yeah, that was good off her hand.
Well, how about that scoring pace?
It's going up. And we're probably going to have a new leader after this game because our current leader, Verity Crawley, 1 strike through 7 frames and 2 splits down on 5 and 6. So after she finds success the first 2 games, starting to see that first transition kind of hit. And this is where you're going to see players start to make some moves, both on the leaderboard and on the lane.
Restrepo. And Rowe is looking good here. This is starting to remind me a little bit of our first elite event last year. It's high scoring pace, a couple 300s, a lot of strikes being thrown. It was almost in a sense, it was like the players got a nice way back into competition. The swings, you can get your swing loose. Got a few boards to mess with. Now, of course, when the scoring pace is high, it can be somewhat detrimental. It sounds like a wrap 10 there for Poplar.
Yes, sir.
Down on 5 and 6. Now, if the scoring pace is high, then not only do you have to strike, but then you got to hope that someone gives you a break. At some point, comes back to the field a little bit. Because if everyone's striking, then never really going to make up any ground. But it's starting to get to that point. Slightly similar. 2 things that stand out about last year. So this was St. Petersburg, Clearwater. Last year, first elite event. Verity Crawley went 290, 300. 23 consecutive. Daria Payuk, I believe, shot 2 299s. Ended up being the number 1 seed. She led the PTQ. Then led the field. Number 1 seed for TV and lost to Diana Zamyal. Front 9. Poor O'Keefe. Well, Mr. Farish, you picked a good time to
You're not wrong.
jump on board the PWBA here on Bowl TV. We could have action. So game 3 here on Bowl TV.
The one thing that people don't, non-tournament bowlers or just, a regular, I would say, league bowler that hasn't experienced this level of competition before, when the scores are this high, it doesn't make it any easier. I mean, if everybody's striking, it takes a different skill set to throw a bunch of strikes than it does to grind out and catch doubles on sport patterns. Just because you're a great bowler on the tough stuff does not mean that you can easily transition on a higher scoring pace. And I remember when I got out of college and I came home, we bowled on sport. That's all we really bowled on at Lindenwood and at good old St. Charles Lanes. And when I came home, Dad explained to me, look, learning how to string strikes against these guys here in the city, in Louisville, it's a different skill set, but it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to learn how to do it or relearn how to do it. And he was right. It took me a year or 2 to fully grasp the moves I had to make, the adjustments I had to make to keep stringing strikes on a house shot as compared to a tougher, flatter sport pattern. So while the scores may be higher, it doesn't make it any easier for these players.
Liz really looks kind of in between right now, where that looked like a really good shot. Maybe a touch click, just maybe missed it a little bit, and it just kind of floated as you got down to the end of the pattern. I do think she's in a comfortable spot at the moment. And probably, again, Don't know what happened the first 2 games, but maybe perhaps probably seeing a little bit better ball reaction potentially. And this is just me guessing. Giselle Poss, by the way, can get to 250. Sydney Brummett can get to 258. She'll start in the 10th frame. And a 4-pin for Sid.
Jazrael Tan, 259. Oh, man.
Well, again, it is rare when we do see the Hall of Famer struggle. But Liz struggling a little bit, to say the least, here in these first 3 games. But, of course, we all know the deal. We'll see where Liz Johnson is in Game 16, because that's what's going to matter. Right now, what matters is Shannon O'Keefe, front 9. Tenth shot, lane 12. Go. That was an interesting hit. Got some carry. And she's got the front 10. We are on IG Live, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to check that out if you'd like a little closer look at what is going on. So if you're on Instagram, quickly hop on. You'll see that the PWBA account is live. Aaron Smith handling duties, Curtis Von Kruger, and you see the camera on the left side of your screen. The 11th shot. Bang. Splits the 8-9. All right, early fireworks. Again, really shaping up to be eerily similar. And to your point, Brian, based on what we just saw, I would have to agree with that after watching her for a few shots. All right, here we go. O'Keefe. 12th shot. And there it is.
How about that?
3 hundo for Shannon O'Keefe. Game 3. And the best player on tour. Showing why here. Nicely done. Meanwhile, Valerie Bercier will finish things out with a very nice, potentially 222. Rocio shot 248. And we mentioned Liz Johnson shooting 177.
Few paired down, both Missy Parkin and Shannon Plahowski looking to get into the 230s. Shannon's already in the 230s. Missy needs the second one in the 10th. Already got the first one. She's in the 220s. So while they may not be 300s, 230, 240, 250 still are scores that are ahead of the field right now. But we're seeing more and more of them. Looks like Birgit Poplar went back-to-back 9 spares after the front 7. She struck the 10th. She's trying to add to her total.
Thanks, John. For the time being, the best way to do it is to open up
and what he was saying is the best way to do it if you want to hear commentary and watch the other channels is, especially if you are on a laptop or a computer, is open up multiple tabs and just mute the other tabs, the other channels, and keep this one up. Now, if you're on a tablet or an iPhone, certainly I don't know of a way to get around that, but I do know that if you're on a laptop or a desktop, then just open multiple tabs and mute those other channels and keep ours up. Looks like some of the screens might not be moving names correctly. We do have Jillian Martin and Jazriel Tan on 11, but on 12 it's showing Valerie Bercier and Rocio Restrepo, who were just here. I believe they're joined, supposed to be, by Clara Guerrero and Kelly Kulik on this pair. They know. I don't know if Jazriel and Rocio have noticed it yet. Or Clara, sorry. I had Rocio standing in front of me.
I think they're good. They know what to do. Basically, just bowl in the letter of which that you had been bowling, and then everything else will, at some point, be taken care of. So if you're just joining us and you say, well, that is not Liz Johnson. Well, technically it is. She's on the right lane. She's just, her name shows currently on the left. Meanwhile, as Daniel mentioned, Jazriel Tan, Clara Grodetto, Kelly Kulik, Jillian Martin. So we'll see Shannon O'Keefe for 2 games consecutively here. This is game 4.
Well, it does appear while the names may be out of order, the numbers, the 3-game totals next to the names are correct for the names they're matched with. So, this Shannon O'Keefe, well, I guess it won't as they continue bowling. And she was at 718, but as it starts to accumulate scores for the bowler, the bowl's on that arrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I can tell you, Kathy Wadka will know every single score, and they will be correct. She doesn't play.
Yeah, if that's the worst thing that happens, it'll be a good day. I'd be interested to see what kind of move Liz Johnson makes this game. She's found the pocket 2 shots in a row. And just searching hard for some kind of ball motion, assuming that everything else is copacetic.
If you are just joining us, this is Game 4. I love Kelly. Round 1. Day 1. Or sorry, day 2. Yesterday was the PTQ, but round 1 of qualifying here in the 32-player field. Shannon O'Keefe just shot 300 on 11 and 12, and now over to 13 and 14.
And as you probably figured, that 300 jumps Shannon into the lead after 3 games at plus 118. Kelly Kulik plus 88 in second. Giselle Poss plus 84. Verity Crawley, plus 74. And Jazriel Tan plus 73. That's your top 5. Shannon Plahowski plus 69. Sydney Brummett plus 68. Julia Bond at plus 61. Birgit Poplar plus 53. And Haley Richard plus 50. That's your top 10. And the last 2 spots inside the top 12 cut line. Again, that cut will be made after 8 more games tonight for tomorrow morning. Your last 2, Liz Culkin at plus 68, or plus 48, and Clara Guerrero at plus 37. Just outside the cut, Sandra Gongora plus 34, Jillian Martin plus 28, and Valerie Bercier is 15th at plus 22. 23 players are even or better through 3 games as Valerie Bercier picks up the 3-4-6-7 over on lane 14. Very nice conversion right there. Every pair has started and well into game 4.
Don't forget, folks, all USBC members receive rewards through the Benefit Hub, which has a variety of offers such as exclusive discounts from many top brands, cashback offers, local deals, and much, much more. So stop on over to bowl.benefithub.com where members score more. And extra challenge, though, if you actually do go to Benefit Hub, and I'm telling you, they do have some good discounts and things that you can apply, phones and cable and all this other stuff. If you've been blessed there and they say, hey, I did get a good discount, let us know about it. And so, folks can really know and give Benefit Hub a very nice try. I've seen some cool stuff on there regarding travel also. And now that technically the new league season is official now as of yesterday, August 1st. So
that's a good point.
There'll be some new stuff in the Benefit Hub for USBC members. So check that out, bowl.benefithub.com. again, if you are just tuning in and you see a player you recognize but not bowling under the right name, the players, the officials, Sunil, everyone is aware of what's happening. The players essentially know when to bowl based on whether they should be on the right lane or the left lane based on their cross. They know if they're A or B, C or D, so they just bowl. And, of course, the fix is being worked on for the actual scoring system. Oh, Michelle, it's funny that you mentioned that. Oh, yes, Brandon. Yeah. You know what? That brings up a good question or a good thought. Just going to say it. Not going to really get into it. But if there's some new rules and whatnot. So, as Sunil Milligan would say, just be sure to brush up on any new rules that may now be into effect. That way no one calls you out when you go bowl league and all that kind of stuff. And then speaking of The Matrix, I watched that movie last week. Watched the original, then Reloaded. I think I watched all of them.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
They were on what? What?
The original was amazing. But that, I guess, trilogy, were there 3 of them?
Well, Reloaded was.
Had a fall from grace
Here's the deal.
after the first one.
It's like I said, some trilogies you have to make the second movie to get to the end. It's not going to generally be good. But you got to do it. You got to do it, right? But generally speaking, the kind of moviegoers based on previous trilogies. Now, there are some trilogies that just all of them have been
good,
very good throughout, right? But
Toy Story.
Well, that's no longer a trilogy.
Not anymore.
I 100% agree with you. The original, by far the best. But, there's always got to be a beginning and an end. They could have done without Reloaded overall.
Yes.
Could actually just stopped with the original. I get it. But then they set it up, and, all of a sudden, the agent has, just taken over everybody, and, a couple visits to the Oracle and the Keymaster and all these people that we get introduced to, and it just kind of goes on and goes on. And then in Revolutions, you go, oh man, Neo's. Well, we saw he was like Superman. He's doing all this other stuff, and that one battle, that B battle, if you will, obviously had to happen at the end, and then Neo wouldn't be the one if he didn't save Zion. So at some point, he's got to do that.
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry, we just got into a brief 60-second discussion on the Matrix.
Well, and just like with the second Matrix movie, they could have done without Ocean's 12.
That's fair.
Oh, God. But I digress.
That's fair. It's always generally hard to top originals, of course. Brings up a good question, though. I'm curious now what the chat might say. What's your favorite trilogy out there? Or what's your favorite movie that you say they made a sequel then they shouldn't have?
I never saw it, but we're probably, for people of our generation, maybe a little older, I think we're going to get some Caddyshack references. Because a lot of people that loved Caddyshack just hated the second one. I never saw the second one. But I bet we get some of those in there. Oh. She didn't deserve that 7-pin. Really good shot by Jillian Martin.
Same thing for Valerie Bercier. And her 7-9. You can generally tell when something might be a touch off. In this case, people know that the scoring is now off a little bit, but there's this awkward moment, right? And it was right after Shannon shoots 300. So everyone is applauding, excited, and then all of a sudden you go to the next pair, and then there's this, oh, wait, what's happening? What's going on? And the fans know. You can always tell when something's wrong.
There's a murmur.
Fans.
Yeah.
And the viewers, of course, on Bowl TV who tell us when things are wrong just in case we don't know. And I always appreciate that.
Well, and I don't know if that may have affected the players to start this game, but all the strikes we saw to begin Game 3. You look up and down the house now. I believe that's Kelly that's on the front 5 in front of us. We've got Julia on the front 4 down on lane 5 or lane 6 right now. Now she was on the front 5. But other than Kelly Kulik in front of us, no one else is stringing them. So maybe the beginning of this game, the confusion, the names, disrupted the field, disrupted the players, and got them out of whatever zone they were in.
Well, so far, I hadn't got Jillian Martin out of Oh, I'm sorry, that's not Jillian Martin. So you got me. It got me. All right, we need this scoring fixed. That's fine.
You did mention the retro video games that Kelly may be rocking.
I told you.
On her jerseys, and she's got the that's awesome.
Mike, I like Mike. Mike said I'll be back, right? And I'm like, okay, Mike, appreciate you, man. Come on back. Let us know when you hop back in the chat. And then he says, no, that was a hint. And I'm like, oh, so you on some Terminator.
Terminator. Later, Mike, bring back some nachos, man.
I was like, all right, Mike, we'll be here, bro. Come on through. Make sure you bring enough for everybody. LJ. Battling. It's a battle right now for Liz. Someone who typically doesn't, show too many emotions. But, yeah, there certainly could be something quite often, as we all know. As someone mentioned, I think it was Brian and Chris. Hey, everyone does have that day, the off day, off block, off a few games.
And going back to what you said about seeing emotion, someone mentioned in the chat after she chopped the 4 off the 2-4-5 in the 10th frame last game that missing spares like that for a player of this caliber isn't normal. So there may be something, physical or mental. And while I can't speak to either one of those, I can say that after back-to-back 160s, and you get up in the 10th and have a chance to double to get into the 2 teams to try and turn things around, maybe you throw a shot you thought was good, the motion wasn't right, you left the bucket. Sometimes you just mentally fry out and you let your emotions get to you, and it may have been that. Chopping the 4 off the bucket, that is not something we see out of a Liz Johnson or, again, any player in a caliber of field this strong. And it may have simply just been a fry-out moment. But I will say we've seen her throw the same ball for the last game and a half. I don't know if they're maybe the same ball drilled 2 different ways, but certainly it has been the same ball the last game and a half, and I almost feel like she's trying to force it. Maybe jump into a different ball, but again, far be it for me to tell Liz Johnson what to do. Yeah, Alan, just kind of revisiting real quick that movie topic we brought up. I watched the first 6 Rockies, I think, all in one sitting because I was told they were all really good.
Wait, say that again?
I watched. There's how many Rockies are there?
I mean, overall, there might be 8 like that.
I watched 5 or 6 in one sitting.
Okay. Like the first 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I kept waiting for the storyline to change, but it never really did. Like, how many times can you film the guy running up some steps and punching some pigs hanging in a freezer, and then going out and trying to defeat the bad guy from the foreign land before you just run out of storyline? I don't know. And the run for a second consecutive 300 on one of our featured pairs has come to an end. Kelly Kulik with the flat 10 there in the 7th.
See anything that is catching your eye, good sir, as you peruse and scowl the
I see
remaining lanes?
Potential all-spare game down on lane 6. And I'm seeing a lot more red circles just throughout the house this game than we did last game. A lot more open frames as well. Not just splits, but missed makeables or even missed single pins. What I remember years ago was that lanes used to continuously transition all throughout a block, whether it was 5 games, 6 games, 8 games. But it seems nowadays you get the obvious transition from practice to game 1 as the back end starting to tighten up and the pattern starts to blend a little bit. And then you see one big transition, let's say in an 8-game block, right around this time, right around games 3 and 4. And then after that big transition, the lanes kind of settle down. The back ends don't continue tightening up. They don't free up either. It may be different pair to pair. But after that big transition, you don't see them making big moves after that. You just see small adjustments. And I think right now what we're seeing this game all throughout this side of the house is the players are reacting to the big transition, the big move. And it's all about who can get there quick enough.
That actually, wow.
Oh.
It's pretty true, honestly, to what we see week to week. You know, there's generally that first large or big transition, and then depending on what happens, who sees it first, how quickly the players react to it, you know, obviously will have some implications on what takes place in games 6, 7, 8. Give it a run, Kel.
Oh. Looks like it's Sydney Brummett down on 5 and 6 with the all-spare game as she steps up in the 8th. Verity's struggles continue after going big the first 2 games, 236, 252. She had a rough start to game 3, but bounced back to get in the 180s. In this game, she's staring at a potential 4 open frames through the first 7, down on 7 and 8.
Again, folks, as you may be entering Bowl TV, watching for the first time today, and you looking at the screen, and then you look at the scoreboards, then you look at the players bowling, and they don't quite match up. There was a malfunction, if you will, after Game 3. So to start Game 4, names didn't quite make it over to their respective pairs. Some did, but they're still in the wrong lane, etc. So everyone is aware. The players certainly know. The players know when to bowl based on their cross, where they are on that cross, meaning if they're at the top, if they're A or B, C or D in this situation, for example. And obviously, as long as the scores are correct when they write them down on the sheets, then we will have the correct scores for the tournament. It is an unfortunate inconvenience, obviously, for you, the viewer, especially if you are not an avid PWBA follower. So for that, we do apologize, and we'll be happy to help you navigate if you have some questions.
Yeah, if you want to know where any player on our featured pairs, or any player in the field for that matter, where they stand in the standings, what their score is, just ask. You know, we've got it pulled up on both laptops in front of us, so we can, within a matter of seconds.
And having said that, if you would like to keep track of the standings yourself, of course, be sure to visit pwba.com/live. That will give you all of the tournament results, beginning with yesterday's PTQ. If you wanted to see who was a part of the PTQ roster beforehand, if you wanted to know who was in the elite roster prior to the PTQ, adding 11 players this week, all of that information is there. Of course, pwba.com. Click on schedule and tournaments. Scroll on down to the East Hartford Open. Josie Barnes is the defending champion here at this event. She is in the field looking to defend her title. Let's see, my memory serves correct. Which players made shows? Or I'm sorry, made the show, I should say, here in East Hartford last year. Last year, this event was earlier on the schedule. It was in June. It was followed by the Louisville Open, which is still true because the Louisville Open will take place next week. It'll be sponsored by Pepsi. Official soft drink at the PWBA Tour. Barnes, O'Keefe, Lindsey Boomershine, and Danielle McEwen were the 4 finalists for the East Hartford Open last season. Lindsey Boomershine is not competing this week. Of course, Shannon O'Keefe is here and competing and shot 300 in Game 3, as well as Danielle McEwen in the field this week. McEwen was the top seed, Boomershine was the number 2 seed, and Barnes made her way through the ladder, defeating Shannon O'Keefe in the opening match last year on her way to the title. And 11 players advanced to the PTQ yesterday. Those players were Bearded Poplar, Haley Richard, Jasmine Mason. This is from 1 through 11. Kelly Kulik was 1, and she finished 9th. So again, Poplar, Haley Richard, Gigi Mason, Taylor Boltice, Carson Lukosius, Jazriel Tan, Lucille Restrepo, Kayla Bandy, Kelly Kulik, Lauren Hoffman, and Jillian Martin. Liz shoots 182. Overall, a better game, but untimely splits. Restrepo showing the emotion that only Rowe can display, and only the way Rowe can do it.
A little shimmy up there at the foul line.
Kelly will be in the 230s, 235 with a spare. O'Keefe, after shooting 300. No love on the 10 pin. It's so interesting how you can go, hear players talk about it all the time. Pair to pair generally is different. And she shot 300 on 11 and 12. Won't get to 200 on 13 and 14.
Well, the same thing's going to happen to our PTQ winner, Birgit Poplar. She had the front 7 last game, finished with, I believe she was in the 260s, and she's not going to get to 200 this game. So it's just one of the many things they have to navigate as you switch pairs, and you don't know quite who you're following, what they've thrown. As you get later into the block, so many players have crossed over those lane beds. It doesn't really matter who's been in front of you unless they've done something drastic, like someone's out there with the ball they rolled in the parking lot. It looks like it's charcoal, or someone threw urethane in the track area or on the desired break point. So unless you have two extremes like that, once you get later into a block, it's not going to affect it as much. But just 2, 3, 4 games in, with as few shots that went down the lane, you can certainly see huge differences between the lanes.
Talk about somebody who can open up the lane. Jillian Martin can open them up, man. This is, I feel like we're being treated in a sense to where junior gold kind of has spoiled us in a sense, in my opinion, to where you get a chance to watch young players earlier, and then you kind of get to watch them grow and follow them for essentially a pretty long time. And that's what we have here with Jillian Martin.
Well, she's proof that you don't have to snap the elbow through and wrist the ball a lot at the bottom and lift up on it real hard to get that strong ball roll, because when her hand comes out of it, her hand is open. And that's one of the things that I remember being taught at a young age, was as your hand follows through that ball, make sure you open that hand and you extend it through and you push through. You don't lift up on it. This was how I was saying, you don't hit it. Hand is very open, very fluid. And just because she doesn't impart a massive amount of revs on the ball doesn't mean that her ball roll can't be as strong as some of her competitors who may have 100 revs on her.
Final shot upcoming. Sear and Valerie was looking for what I believe was a piece of tape. And so making some quick tape adjustments. And perhaps to something that she's going to throw on the fill to give something a different look. And after this fill shot, that'll give me an opportunity to take a small break as well. We'll make sure all is good. Around the building. And perhaps handle some other business. Maybe even find a snack. I just realized I didn't go to a grocery store this week yet.
Don't you always have a banana or some kind of fruit with you?
Absolutely, man. I've learned. This will be good advice for you. When you get when you get into the city.
I got cookies coming, bro.
Yes, and I'm not denying that. and those are good too. But you will need some additional nourishment to sustain you for 16 games. So my recommendation is find yourself, the Walmart, Target, grocery store, whatever it is you like, a cup of fruit, some, what do I normally get? Some bananas, apples, a couple things like that. Something that hopefully won't get crushed, but is easily carryable and it can just live on the table for a minute. If you get too much of a break, maybe some almonds, and other
I do like
items like that.
Mixed nuts, salted nuts, cashews, stuff like that. Those are pretty good.
Something that's going to give you some energy.
That you can eat on while you're on air.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking like a big old honking double cheeseburger.
No. You need the snack portion.
And that's coming in 4 games.
To get you through, right.
Big old cheeseburger.
That's right. You look forward to that after game 8. From like 1 through 8, though, you got to be like, okay, well, I need something.
Yeah.
All right, folks, we'll take a small break. Johnny Raumemper, Julia Bond.
Dare I say the names are
Liz Colkin. And,
I'm just
Maria Jose Rodriguez on 11 and 12. And then on 13 and 14 again for game number 5, we'll have Verity Crawley, Josie Barnes, Birgit Poplar, and Lauren Hoffman momentarily. So back with you in a moment here on Bowl TV.
Yeah, it was a little confused. I'm pretty sure I got everybody right. At least hopefully.
That was better. I mean, I know a lot of ring 10s, but buy you lots of presents? Is that what we need to do? You're awesome, Catherine.
I'll call him now. I'll send him a text on August 18th. Yeah, just on Sunday. And he gets
18th and 19th.
gets all the box. Do you want them all?
18th or 19th. Well, I mean, we're gonna go Sunday and Monday, right?
I think he can get all.
We're gonna do Sunday and Monday, right?
Sunday we're gonna go to Universal. That's the difference.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, he doesn't get it.
So Sunday's the 18th, so we need the 19th.
We need the 18 for Magic for Disney. 18 for Disney.
He says Sunday we're going to.
To that one. Disney? Disney, yeah. Okay.
And what are we doing on the 19th?
Universal.
On Monday.
Yes.
Okay.
So 18.
So 18th, Sunday. Okay.
That'll be great. Buy her a gift or so.
Huh?
We can buy her a
Of
gift.
course. Of course.
Let's see their scores update. Is this thing on? Is it
Is that
on?
on? It is.
Oh, really? Turn it off.
Welcome back, everyone. Bowl TV's live coverage of the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open here at Hall of Fame Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut. These players are about midway through Game 5 throughout the house. We do have some updates after Game 4, and it does appear, for the most part, that most of the names are matching up in front of us. We did have a little bit of a snafu after Game 3. Not all of the names transferred to the lanes correctly. And I don't believe the numbers to the far right have totaled up correctly either. So if there's anyone you want to know individually what they're at after 4 games, just let us know in the chat. We'll do our best to keep you updated. After 4 games, a new leader, Kelly Kulik, plus 123, a 230.75 average halfway through the first block of qualifying today. Shannon O'Keefe in second. Of course, she shot 300 Game 3, followed it up with a 193 the last game. She's at plus 111. Jazriel Tan, plus 99. Shannon Plohowski, plus 94. Julia Bond in 5th at plus 86. Giselle Poss in 6th, plus 84. Sydney Brummett, plus 74. Jillian Martin, plus 63. Gigi Mason, plus 60. And in 10th, Clara Guerrero at plus 53. And currently the last 2 players in the cut, we cut to the top 12 after qualifying tonight, sitting in 11th and 12th right now. Liz Culkin at plus 50 and Sandra Gongora at plus 49. Just outside the cut, Missy Parkin and Rocio Restrepo both at plus 48. And Diana Zavyalova, Kayla Bandy both at plus 44, tied for 15th respectively. You'll hear the cheering behind us for Liz Culkin. She's got 5 of the first 6 here in Game 5. A big crowd behind her, support from nearby Schenectady, New York. Yeah, after 3 games, Diana may have been in 22nd, but I know she shot 244 the last game, which would undoubtedly move her up the standings. Game 3, the scores went up across the board throughout the house. And then game 4, they came tumbling back down. So that 244 moved her up quite a ways. We saw the cut jump 18 pins after game 2, from game 2 to game 3. And then from game 3 to game 4, it jumped 12. So not quite the big difference between games that we saw after just a slew of 230s, 240s, 250s there in that 3rd game. But down on lanes 5 and 6, Liz Johnson steps up on lane 5 on the front 6. In the 7th frame, she's set and starts her approach. Make that 3 and 4, excuse me. Carries the half pocket swisher for the front 7, I believe, down on 3 and 4, Liz Johnson. We talked earlier, not normal to see her struggling the way that she has through the first half of this block. 163, 169, 177, and 182. And certainly in a field this strong, I would always say don't count any of these players out, but if you were going to place that moniker on anybody, it would certainly be the 6-time Women's U.S. Open champion. We look up and down the house. Liz, the only one stringing strikes right now. Looks like Diana on lane 5 has been strike spare 4-bagger. And of course Verity over here right on 13, one of our 2 featured pairs. Spare 4-bagger to start this game after back-to-back 180, 150 from Verity. She led after 2 games, went 232, 256. Struggled game 3, but was able to string some strikes towards the end to save the game for a 188. And then last game, she didn't throw her first strike till the 8th. Had 4 of the first 7 frames were opens. I shot 155, but has certainly rebounded here in game 5. These players, 3.5 more games left on this first block of qualifying, 8 games. We'll break, come back at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the second 8-game block, at which point all players will have a 16-game total. We will cut to the top 12. Top 12 advance to Saturday morning. They will bowl 6 more games and then cut to the top 5 for the stepladder finals. Yeah, Francis, I'm not sure what score sheet you may be looking at, but on the PWBA.com website, we are showing Diana 222, 171, 207, 244 at plus 44 right now. Liz Johnson steps up in the 8th frame, down on lane 4. High flush 4-pin and trips the 4 out, giving Liz Johnson the front 8. Down on lanes 3 and 4. Zavyalova also continues to strike 5 in a row after a split in the second frame. It will be interesting to talk to the players after this block and see what their take on this transition was. But generally speaking, now that we're in about Game 5, heading into Game 6, the Lanes have made that one big transition they're going to make for this block. And now it's about trying to get settled. And for the players, it's about trying to get settled in and find that rhythm, knowing and hoping that the pattern is going to hold up from where it is now, and try and exploit it if it has indeed settled down. Liz Johnson strikes the 9th frame. That will give her front 9, and we could potentially have 2 300s here in the opening block of qualifying for the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open. Already won earlier, Game 3, Shannon O'Keefe right here on lanes 11 and 12. Arguably the hottest player on tour over the last couple of seasons. Liz now stepping up on lane 4, front 9. Looks like she trips out a late 7-pin. That'll give her front 10. Front 10 for the Hall of Famer. Struggled mightily to start the day, but has certainly turned it around, at least here in Game 5. So if you want to check out, head over to the lanes 3 through channel lane 3 through 6 and take a look at a Hall of Famer doing her thing. Front 10 as she's about to step up for the 11th. Again, if you're on Instagram, head over there, IG Live right now. Emil Williams, 11th shot off her hand. And it sounds like a wrap 10. I believe it was. The crowd, the groan from the crowd. I just saw it on my IG Live myself. 289 potential for Liz Johnson. And we talked about her struggles, minus 109 coming into this game. And while this game doesn't exactly put her in the cut, it's certainly an 89-pin swing from a plus-minus standard. That's a big one. Again, I am getting some reports that some of the scores may be off from Game 4, where the names did not transfer correctly. So some of the scores bowled under the wrong names may have transferred in the system. So as soon as we get an update, I'll let you know. Emil's walking back to me right now. I'll see if we can't get an update on what's going on with scoring, so we can get you all the correct numbers. A couple of players will be stepping up in their respective 10th frames. Dasha Kovalova, Josie Barnes, Lauren Hoffman, all trying to save their games. Here's all of our pairs entering or finishing up the 10th frame here in Game 5. Game 5 of 8. Kicked off at 10 a.m. this morning. 3 games left, a quick lunch break. And we'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the second 8-game block here at the Hall of Fame Silver Lanes. Looks like our featured pairs Game 6 we will see on 11 and 12. Taylor Bultice, Stephanie Johnson, Kayla Bandy, Sandra Gongora. And on 13 and 14, Dasha Kovalova, Danielle McEwen, Carson Lukosius, and Jordan Richard. Carson, standout collegiate player, talked about her a little bit earlier. And something I talked about yesterday during the broadcast of the PTQ is Carson hails from Brick, New Jersey. And Brick, New Jersey is a city that I saw on no fewer than 30 players throughout my 6 days at Junior Gold, just on my 4 lanes, on my 2 featured pairs that I was covering at Thunderbolt. So again, I want to shout out to Brick, New Jersey for their youth program. They are certainly doing something right, qualifying that many kids for Junior Gold. And a lot of them weren't just, they weren't just there. I mean, they were having success. They were shooting numbers that were competitive within their division, whether it was U15, U17, U20, boys, girls, didn't matter. So shout out to the youth bowling program in Brick, New Jersey. They are doing something right. It's always one of the most hectic times of a tournament when you're switching pairs. Of course, here at Silver Lanes, a little bit of a tight pit area. And then we've got bleachers right behind us. With this being a split house, you're kind of limited on how deep the pit areas and concourse can go. So you've got players all over each other down in the pit area, trying not to come back here on the concourse. Don't want to roll any bags over the feet of the fans sitting behind us. Certainly with where we are sitting, we try and stay out of the way as much as possible. But it always takes an extra minute or two in a tighter packed house like this for everybody to get down to their intended pairs. And of course, PWBA rules, you have to take your equipment with you. You cannot leave it on a previous pair. I believe the number is 6. That's how many bowling balls they can bring out of the paddock, which does cut down on some of the traffic and some of the clutter down there. But still, 2 triple rollers, whether it's one of the big triple rollers or just a tote, a slim version. There's a lot going on down there. Taylor leads us off on our featured pair here on game 6. Looks good. Good shot. It was a useful bowling shot. Looks like we've got 3 players on our featured pair that advanced to the main event today through the PTQ yesterday. Caleb Andy, who's staring down a 210 on lane 11, was one of them, along with Taylor Bultice and Catherine Lukosius over on lane 13. Haven't talked a lot about Stephanie Johnson today. Stephanie struggled out the gate, 180-179, brought it back game 3 with a 236. Again, that was the game that scores kind of exploded around the building. Her Pan Am doubles partner Shannon O'Keefe getting fired off 300 here on 11 and 12. So Stephanie, one of the players that has found this oil pattern to be a little more challenging than some of the others. Dasha Kovalova, a rare missed 5-pin on lane 14. It's rare enough to see these players miss spares, much less single pins, but to see him miss a 5-pin. And Sandra Gongora herself will have an opportunity to convert a 5-pin as she goes runaway Brooklyn on 11. Kayla gets away with one right there. You know, just thinking about watching Dasha miss that 5-pin. She threw her spare ball at it. And that's a discussion that I have with a lot of players, is throwing your strike ball, your resin ball at spares versus using an actual plastic ball. And having grown up bowling on sport patterns back in the day, you know, back in the 2002, 2003 range, we were taught, throw your spare ball at everything. Everything. You know, if I leave a 1-2, if I miss the head pin right, leave a 1-2, 1-2-4, I'm throwing a spare ball. I leave, you know, hit the 3-pin and backdoor it into just a head pin, I'm throwing my spare ball. I leave a 5-pin, I'm throwing my spare ball. It's just a habit you get into, and it's not something you want to get away from if you've been doing it for a very long time. Jennifer, that was Liz Johnson that had 289. Front 10 and left a ringing 10-pin, I believe, in the 11th. Shaker 7-10 for Haley Richard over on lane 10. Both of them were wiggling, the 10 more than the 7. Thinking one of them was going to fall. Oh, ball needs to slow down. It slowed down, but not enough. Carson Lukosius mixing a little bit of basketball with baseball right there. Double dribble at the foul line, strike at the head pin. Seems, speaking from my own personal experience, anytime that I double dribble a ball, I'm going to stone an 8-pin. Something we saw a lot of, not double dribbling, but stone 8-pins inside this building yesterday. Not quite as many today. More bowling balls, they're splitting the 8-9 today than I would say are stuffing 8-pins. Well, that could simply just be how this pattern is transitioning carried down to the back ends. We may have slightly cleaner back ends today than we had yesterday just because of the length or the volume of the pattern, neither of which we know for either day. Chris Chandler, how's it going, sir? Yeah, Jennifer, you're right. You know, we talked after Game 3. With a field as elite as this is, you wouldn't count any of these players out with 13 games of qualifying to go. But certainly the name you would put at the top of that list is one of the greatest of all time, and that's Liz Johnson, and she showed that last game. She's just fighting just bad ball motion all day. Emil commented earlier, it seemed like she was kind of in between. You know, some players were a little further right having some success, more players were further left having success, and she was kind of stuck in the middle. I didn't see where she was at down games 3 and 4. Maybe E, when he joins us back on, can speak to that a little bit, what area of the lane Liz may have been in. But whatever she did that 5th game, certainly worked. Unfortunately, a wrap 10 pin ended her chance at the second 300 of the day here in the tournament. Of course, again, Shannon O'Keefe, game 3 right here on 11 and 12, packed all 3 shots in the 10th to shoot 300. Well, while it does appear that some of the names still may not be transferring correctly on the screens in front of us, the standings for Game 5 have been released. And Giselle Post, the new leader, at plus 131. Shannon Plohowski, plus 129. Jazreel Tan, plus 120. All 3 of those players have been over the 200 mark every game. Shannon O'Keefe in 4th, plus 119. Kelly Kulik, plus 107 in 5th. Julia Bond, plus 94. Jordan Richard, plus 82. Jillian Martin, plus 79. Liz Colkin, plus 75. In 10th, Sydney Brummett, plus 66. And 11th and 12th, the last 2 transfer spots into Saturday morning with plenty of games left here today. Gigi Mason in 11th at plus 64. Valerie Bercier in 12th at plus 59, just outside the cut. Again, we saw this last game. 2 players tied at 13th. Verity Crawley, Sandra Gongora at plus 54, and then 2 players tied in 15th. Clara Guerrero and Birgit Poplar at plus 47. Like Diana Zavyalova's score has been corrected to 214 game 4. That puts her after 5 at plus 45 in 17th. Missy Parkin plus 30, Rocio Restrepo plus 25, and Haley Richard rounds out the top 20 at plus 19. We have 23 players plus, even or better, out of 32. Liz Johnson's 289 jumps her up to only minus 20. So a big jump by Liz. And with the cut right now sitting around plus 59, only 80 pins out compared to where she was with as many games left as we have. It certainly would not surprise me to see Liz finish out this block strong and then make a run this evening. Like Missy Parkin was on the front 5 down on lane 4, and I saw her 6th frame attempt. I saw the 5 and the 7 go out late. Thinking she struck, she left the 10 pin. Glad she got that 5-7 out. We did see that at Junior Gold. Had a player on the front 8 at Thunder Bowl leave a 5-7-10 in the 9th frame. And I will give the young man credit, whether it's just maybe the naivety to the emotion or to the moment, but front 8 leaves a 5-7-10. He just came back laughing, and that's all you could do. His fellow competitors, once they saw him laughing, kind of started laughing, and everybody was like, "Oh man, that's a rough break." He did make the 5-7 on the spare attempt though. If you're just joining us this afternoon here on Bowl TV, we are in Game 6 of the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open here from Hall of Fame Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut. And if you're looking up and you're trying to match your favorite bowler on one of our 4 channels we're offering here covering every lane that's in action, you may see that some of the names might not match up to the player you're expecting. We had a little snafu after Game 3 as far as names transitioning, but the scores on the standings are correct. And if there's anyone whose numbers you are curious about, just let us know in the chat, and we'll do our best to keep you updated as far as the standings and the running totals go. G.G. Mason down on lane 3, strikes, spare, I believe 6-bagger. Gets the late 10-pin to fall. G.G. currently sitting in 11th place at plus 64, so a big game here would do her well to jump her a little bit farther north of that cut line. Again, top 12 after 16 games today, 8 this morning, / this afternoon, and then 8 this evening. Top 12 will advance to tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 more games. And that 22-game total will determine the top 5 for our live televised stepladder finals at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CBS Sports Network. If you've been watching 11 and 12, a little bit of a delay, something going on with one of the machines, and it's really difficult. I guess people can call it the TV timeout. That little 5-6 minute break in between shots. You'll see it on TV sometimes. It's hard to come back from that break as loose and it's as fierce as you were if you were bowling well going into it. It just kind of it stops the momentum. It slows down the match, obviously. And Taylor was able to regroup after the break, carry that light swisher. Kayla Bandy, unfortunately, came back from the break, pulled it a little bit, split after the spare and a double. She split the first frame. We did see her convert, or I did see her convert that 4-7-10 yesterday, so we know she can do it. But not the way you want to come out of a TV a break like that. Best thing you can do as a player, maybe get back in the pit area, stretch a little bit. I've seen some players go to the extreme of doing jumping jacks just trying to keep the blood flowing, keep the muscles warm. You don't want to cool down. Anything you can to keep your body in shape and get it ready for that next shot. Rob informing us in the chat, Jazreel converts the big 4 down on lanes 3 and 4. So hopefully you had a couple tabs open, maybe had 3 through 6 up and were able to see that. Very nice conversion. Little fist pump from Kayla. Nice bounce back shot after the split in the 5th. Dangerous strike right there on lane 12. We've seen more than a few kind of half pocket swishers on the pin deck like that on lane 12 carry. And sometimes, as crazy as this sounds, you don't. That's the best place for some, for some patterns or some bowling balls to hit, is you don't want to aim maybe for that high flush or even the half pocket. Sometimes that swisher area is exactly where you want to be. It does give the ball a little bit of room down lane if it decides that it wants to hook on you. That does give it some room to make up its mind and do what it wants, as bowling balls tend to do sometimes. Because the bowlers, as we bowlers will attest, we never throw it bad. The ball is always overreacting or underreacting or misbehaving. For instance, I know that with twister pins, which have a different makeup than your typical wooden bowling pin, high flush hits on twister pins will net you 4-7-9s, a lot of 9 pins. I bowl league somewhere during the winter on Monday nights. They just put twister pins in a couple of years ago, and I probably left 6 or 7 7-9s last year on hits that you think on a traditional bowling pin would be good, but you know that on on twister pins, you want to be in that swisher pocket, kind of half pocket area, because they just fly differently, they sound differently. So it's up to the player to determine what does the ball need, what do the pins need, and again, that's both are two of the numerous factors these players have to consider when it comes to trying to score on these difficult lane patterns. Brandon, from 60-plus feet away, I don't know visibly how identifiable or how different they are from a typical wooden bowling pin, but I can tell you that if you've never bowled with them before and you spend any amount of time, a couple weeks, month and a half bowling on them, you'll learn real quickly how different they are. They sound different, they fall different, they fly different. I know that your typical bowling pin is a wooden bowling pin. Twisters, I believe, are more of a synthetic plastic makeup, and they're supposed to last longer, I believe. So I know that more and more bowling centers are going to them, and it's another variable that us, the bowlers, have to fight. But with twister bowling pins, you typically don't want to be high flush. You want to stay half pocket, swisher pocket, because anything high flush, you're going to see a lot of 8 pins, a lot of 9 pins. Yes, Mr. Tim Pfeiffer, I 7-9'd with my 5 rev rate. Bowling balls are amazingly strong these days, if you didn't know. They give me all the revs I need. Stephanie Johnson trying to climb her way up the standings after a rough start. The pins not cooperating. Really good shot right there in the 8th. Just a hard wrap 10 pin. Meanwhile, in the same pair, Sandra Gongora. 3-bagger looking at a max of 250 on the board. Sandra just outside the cut. 5 pins, in fact. Tied with Verity Crawley in 13th at plus 54. The cut after 5 games was plus 59 for Valerie Versier. Looks like 11 and 12, about a frame behind the field. Everybody else wrapping up 10th frame. Some pairs even just beginning Game 7 here at Hall of Fame Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut. We'll say my first trip to Connecticut has been a very pleasant one. You hear all about Southern hospitality, which we have down in Kentucky. You'll see it in Louisville next week. Well, the people of Connecticut have been no different. Northern hospitality. Good place for that pocket 7-10 by Jordan Richard. 242. Game 6. Jordan inside the top 12. Plus 82 coming into this game, so that'll put her at plus 124. Another quality shot by Stephanie Johnson. 9 falls out late, leaves the 4. I feel like she's close. I feel like she's not fighting the same fight that for the first 4 games that Liz Johnson was, where the ball motion was just horrid. I feel like she's close. She's right there. This game has shown it. Just a small tweak. Maybe it's going to a ball that's similar to the one in her hand, maybe drilled a little bit differently or a different surface on it. Small move with her feet, but she's pretty close. And all of these players, as we've seen throughout their careers, if they're close and they can get dialed in, they have a chance to put up some serious numbers. This pattern looks to be pushing players further left, as we see from Kayla Bandy. Kayla always, from what I've known her, always more north to south. The way she plays the lanes, more down and in. Bellies the ball a little bit, but that ball was crossing, if I saw it right, that ball was crossing left of fourth arrow. That's where these players' versatility comes in. You heard all the stories back in the day about Walter Ray and Norm Duke always play them straight on TV. Well, that's because you didn't see them at the end of an 8-game, 10-game, 12-game qualifying block fading 6th arrow. All these players at the top level of their sport, they're not here because they're great at one thing and can't do anything else. They are more versatile than anyone that we see back in our typical leagues back home. And that's what these patterns are designed to do, is to challenge these players and maybe push them out of their comfort zone a little bit. Yeah, I think it was CJ. I think this is this center is very nice from what we've been told from some of the locals. A lot of renovations have went into this place recently. New lane beds. The approaches look like and feel like they've recently been cut, recently been sanded. I believe they also said they put in new bowling pins within the last couple of months to kind of coincide with the new lane beds put in. So yeah, a lot of new features in this bowling center, not just for the open bowler, the parties, the stuff like that, but for also the competitive bowlers, the things that we look for when we walk into a bowling center. Yes, very nice facility. You can tell just by looking at the synthetics that they're new. We get started here, Game 7 on our featured pairs, lanes 11 through 14. Take a look at Diana Zavyalova, Sydney Brummett, Giselle Poss, and Haley Richard on 11 and 12. 13 and 14. Taylor Boltice, Stephanie Johnson, Kayla Bandy, and Sandra Gongora. Second game in a row, we just saw them on 11 and 12. 6 games down, 2 games to go. As I get ready to step away for a minute, I'm going to hand off here in the booth to Emil Williams Jr. Just joins us back.
My man.
Wanted to ask you before I step away, I mentioned it earlier. Liz Johnson, where was she playing down there?
She was around 15-ish.
So she moved in a little bit? Okay.
She was around that area. Of course, I only saw those last 3 shots, but that's where they were, in that vicinity. Before you depart, anything that stood out these last couple games?
Yeah, the pattern does seem to have kind of leveled off, but it's not yielding as many high scores as I expected. You know, patterns typically once they hit that transition period, they either get harder or easier. They don't typically just stay the same for 8 games. Scoring pace will fluctuate. And I thought, based on what we saw early in the day, especially after Game 3, at the beginning of the transition, we might see scores go through the roof. But that has not been the case. They have come down. For the most part, these players are filling their frames. You do see some red circles for the splits out there. But early on that last game, as I looked at the 16 lanes in front of us, I didn't see a lot of strings and strikes. I didn't see anything more than about a 3-bagger for the most part. You had a couple outliers. But as far as the field is concerned, scores aren't jumping the way I thought they might.
That wouldn't be the first time that's happened. And it's not the first time we've seen pocket 7-10s today either. But wouldn't be the first time we've seen almost a peak in the scoring pace where we believe that the players are leading us to believe, the lanes are leading us to believe that the scoring pace or a high scoring pace will be the case, continue, etc. We have seen a couple times this season that we'll see that peak, and then the lanes will essentially get a little bit more difficult as the block goes on. So nice tip of the 10 pin, both the 7 and the 10 for that matter. We'll have scores for you momentarily. As we get closer to the end of this block, that simply means we get closer to the next round into the next day into the next event. It will all lead into the PWBA Tour Championship. There's the PWBA Tour now in the back half of the 2019 season. And you know where to watch all of your favorite PWBA players. We've been with you all season long. Again, competing for a coveted spot in the 2019 PWBA Tour Championship. And we'll have that event, of course, September 15th through the 18th. And they'll be right here, exclusively on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. Of course, Maria Jose Rodriguez is your reigning champion. An interesting note about that event, of course, it began back in 2015 with the return of the PWBA Tour. No number one seed, no top seed has won that event to this date. Will that be different this year? We'll certainly find out. If you're in the area, even if you're not, and you say, hey, if I'm going to take one trip, I'm going to go to the Tour Championship, be sure to visit PWBA.com, check the schedule. There are ticket links available on the schedule link of the Tour Championship. Of course, the Go Bowling Infinity Race will be on Friday. And then the playoff race, NASCAR, will be on Saturday. And, of course, the PWBA will be involved. Nicely done there, CJ. Fran will be on the fresh. Round 2 will be on the fresh. Wow. Let's check scores here. After 6 games, your leader still Giselle Poss at plus 166. Poss is just, in my opinion, and I've said this before, she's just a few events to me of experience away from. Yeah, she's already made a TV show. A little double dribble there. The 5-on goal for Gongora. But I think Poss is just a few events away of experience. She's made a show, but, you know, for her now it's about the consistency of being in contention to make shows. And that's where she's getting to with each shot, every trip, every learning curve, every positive, every negative. Shannon O'Keefe is second at plus 146, followed by Jordan Richard, third at plus 124. Kelly Kulick, the Hall of Famer. Again, keep this in mind, folks. Kelly did bowl the PTQ this week because she was not in the top 24 at the U.S. Women's Open. This year's Elite Field top 24 is revolving, meaning the top 24 can change weekly. Kelly potentially can be in the top 24 after this event and not have to bowl next week's PTQ. Shannon Pluhowski is fifth at plus 104. Jillian Martin is 6th at plus 101, the young 15-year-old. Gigi Mason is 7th at plus 100. Jazriel Tan is 8th at plus 88. There's a tie for 9th with Verity Crawley and Sydney Brummett. Liz Colkin is 11th at plus 78, and Julia Bond is 12th at plus 77. Again, we're taking the top 12. Sandra Gongora is 13th at plus 72. Valerie Mercier 14th at plus 71. Missy Parkin is 15th at plus 67. Diana Zamyalova is 16th at plus 57. Just some things to come, folks, as we get closer to the end of round number 1. And there's another kick on the 10, this time for bow ties. We'll have trivia coming up to the end of this game. We'll give the results at near the beginning of game number 8. And then we will fire up the giveaway cannon near the end of game number 8. And then tonight we'll actually do 2 giveaways according to the maestro. So we got a fun-filled, jam-packed, not only end of this block, but certainly a couple giveaways this evening to get ready for. And Rob McCabe just told me that Josie Barnes has converted the 7-10. How about that? So we'll be able to do some clipping of that one once we get done with the archive file. My man, Mike, we appreciate that. This is good. This is good to note. That's good. That's good news, Mike, on many reasons. It's something to keep in mind for us because, of course, the more channels we expand to, then the more tabs potentially you might have to open. So we'll keep that in mind. Bang. Giselle with that, to me, it's her wrist motion at the bottom is just so quick. Oh, okay. Still worthy of praise. Appreciate that, Ramon. Shout out to Ramon, by the way. Ramon, welcome to Bowl TV. By the way, Hosan, if you saw the link I dropped, it is the link to the 2020 schedule that is on PWBA.com. Of course, as you mentioned, though, the PWBA Tour Championship dates for 2020 to be announced. I can't speculate because I don't know, but I'd assume it to be in September. That doesn't help you for trip planning, obviously. But definitely consider September. It's odd because we've had it around Labor Day sometimes this week or this year because of the World Bowling Women's Championships actually pushed back the Players' Championship, which originally was scheduled for August. So that's now, of course, first week of September, right after Labor Day, or really kind of during Labor Day. Practice day is on Labor Day. Or is it? No, it's not. I do know practice day is on my wedding anniversary because I like to have life events around PWBA tour events. And I was reminded of that. As one might expect. Deborah, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I too am, barring anything circumstantial, you just never know. But I would thoroughly enjoy heading to that part of the country because I haven't been. Diana Zavyalova. DZ with a double. Again, her birthday was yesterday.
Oh, man.
Good Lord.
That's not how I wanted to come back
there it is,
to the channel.
I'm telling you. I'm looking forward to it, Deborah. I hope, obviously, you are, and I hope to see you there. We hope to have you bowl with the pros. Of course, Michelle was with us at the PWBA Tour Championship last year and experienced all of what Mother Nature had to offer in Richmond last year, which I'm not sure you are aware of. I mean, I know obviously you keep up with bowling, but
right.
So it was an interesting few days, and it was early in the event too. But there was some rain, had a bit of a roof situation. So that caused a little delay and to push some matches back. And then all of a sudden, and you've been around tornadoes. We talked about this yesterday from your area.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, if there was, we would say flu-like symptoms, tornado-like symptoms.
Okay.
Started to engulf the area, the track. And we had some weather bugs out there, players and fans, those who really enjoy chasing and watching the weather and all of its many, in some weird ways, beautiful things that weather does.
Yes.
It was happening in Richmond. I mean, it touched down in Richmond, in the city. It went around the track. So it didn't hit the track, but, I mean, it literally touched down. There were places in the city where players who were staying in the hotel couldn't leave the hotel, of course, for safety reasons, measures, etc., who had scheduled matches. At the Tour Championship, there's matches at noon, there's matches at 3, there's matches at 6. So those who are bowling at 6 are trying to make their way to the bowling center. They couldn't. It was crazy. It was something else. And but we got through it. It's one of those things where you never really know how deep you are in it until you get the announcement that, okay, the safest place to be right now is inside the Old Dominion building. So we'll just keep on bowling. All right, G-Poss shakes off the 6 frame and takes care of business on that single pin in the 7. And I do recall, although I wasn't there, but I did remember reading or getting the word that there was a little bit of rain in 2017 as well. So, still looking forward to I almost referred to the Old Dominion building as ODB.
ODB.
Which is a very famous rapper.
Yes.
For the Wu-Tang Clan. That's what you get here on Bold TV, folks. A lot of references.
Rap music references and movie trilogies.
Movie trilogies today, little rap. I talk about music often when I'm on the air. Looks like 2017 was a hurricane, perhaps. I'm trying to remember, was it a... You know what? It might have been a... Michelle, that's right. Yeah, correct me if... there might have been a hurricane.
Where was the 2017?
Because I can't remember what else was happening weather-wise around the country. Or maybe I'm thinking of 2017. So I think 2017 was the hurricane. And I think 2018 was tornado. And folks, let me know if I got my natural weather emergencies together. I was impacted by a hurricane in 2017, so that would make sense. Wife and I were on the honeymoon in the Dominican Republic.
Yes, I remember that because all of us, a bunch of us on Facebook, like all at once, we realized, oh man, oh they're down there.
Yeah, yeah, that too was interesting. Man, I just keep bringing it everywhere I go. I guess maybe I'm the tornado.
Richmond, Virginia tornado, September of 2018.
Tasmanian.
So
Yeah, that was it. Okay. All right. Keep me honest. Quick shout out to my main man, Brian McLean. I appreciate you, Brian. And I appreciate you for many reasons. One, as a Bold TV viewer. Two, because you've kind of been providing the kind words for a long time, I guess, at this point. So I do appreciate that. It was pretty cool. Shout out to James Stewart. Signing things are still a bit foreign to me. But I was talking to my wife about it. You should get used to that. You should be like, you're right. You are right. For things that I want to continue to do in life, I should be used to or get used to it.
I mean, as Bold TV grows and the PWBA grows, so too will your popularity.
Wow, look at Daniel putting in his kind words. Look at this guy.
Only once have I ever been asked to sign something, and it was weird.
Let me just say, I think the guy.
So I'm with you.
I think the guy is. He's trying to ship me off. He's ready. In Louisville, he'll be there.
I'm not shipping you anywhere.
You're right.
You're being called back home for a couple of weeks.
Like Kayla.
Yeah.
Can't quite get this angle. But the right lane has presented a few issues. I think we're at that point. In the block.
Well, Liz Johnson has fought and clawed her way back to plus 21. After that big 289, she shot 240 the next game, and now 201 this game. So that's, I mean, I don't want to, keep hitting the same point, but that's the one player. You never count her out, especially with 12 games to go after that rough 4-game stretch to start.
Well, like many in the chat, and we all kind of talked about it, with Liz, it's, how many games is it? Okay, then let's see where she is in that whatever that final game is. And more times than not, she will have found a way. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but because of who she is, the expectation is that we know she's going to figure it out. She's going to run somebody down for that last spot if necessary. Then if she makes TV, if she happens to just make it, she's going to run the ladder.
Watch out.
Which has happened several times. Gongora. Yikes.
Oh.
Big 4 there for Sandi. I mentioned her earlier and the Lincoln Open, and she finished second and had some events where they just haven't been certainly the best events for her. Trouble then for Giselle Poss as well. And we could be potentially nearing a situation where we could have a new leader heading into the final game of this block.
This is one of those instances you asked me yesterday, and we talked about this, if we were the kind of players who prefer to look at scores or not look at scores. And this is an example right here of where I don't care. Because we got 8 games to go. We have still, 9 games to go with this final game of this block coming up. I don't care where I'm at. All I care is, am I in cut or am I out of cut? But even at that point, it's with 8 games to go, a lot can happen tonight. So I'm not too concerned with the standings right now. If I'm the leader, you know, if Giselle, let's see what she does here. Gets 3, that puts her at, if she can punch for 193, if I'm Giselle, yeah, I'll look at this game. I'm frustrated about missing the single pin. Maybe some shots weren't the quality that I wanted. But the overall effect on the standings isn't gonna bother me. I'm not gonna be concerned with that.
It is trivia time. The young maestro, Brant Houghton, is ready. Brant's already putting in some extra work today. Not only just on maestro, but helping to bring in some of the equipment and resources needed for the TV show, which will take place across the way on the high end of the building. All right, trivia question. What was the name of the first event, or the first PWBA event hosted in Connecticut, 1987? Horse hint, it was a major event. 1979 U.S. Women's Open, 1983 U.S. Women's Open, the 1987 USBC Queens, or the 1985 USBC Queens. Again, what was the name of the first PWBA event hosted in Connecticut in 1987?
Sometimes in life, fact is stranger than fiction. And right now it's a fact that across the board, these scores appear to be coming down. Between our 2 featured pairs, only 1 game over 200. Stephanie Johnson can, of course, double and get 8 here in the 10th to make it 2 games at or above that 200 mark. But as far as the pairs directly surrounding us, as she strikes in the 10th, scores have been down. Diana, a little practice at the 410 there. Only had the 4 pin up though, so a little risky. But just a area check, I suppose. She can strike the field for 219, a clean 219. 6 spares surrounding a 4-bagger in the middle. Diana looking to improve her plus-minus total to plus 62 after 7 games, just under a 209 average. Giselle, despite that 182 game, is at plus 141. Sydney Brummett plus 49, as is Haley Richard at plus 49. Pesky 10-pin stands up, 218 for Diana Zavyalova. With 1 game to go here in the Block 1, Day 2 of the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open here at Hall of Fame Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut. Alongside my main man, Emil Williams Jr., I'm Daniel Farish, and I got to ask, with 1 game left in this block, how do you expect these players might attack this pattern differently tonight?
Well, I think based on the fresh, and sometimes we hear there's that washout again.
Yeah.
Sometimes we hear the players can feel like they may have gotten tricked, or we talk to ball reps, and sometimes we hear that, where players may have gotten tricked. So that high scoring pace that we thought was going to take place essentially has not been the case, and they have gotten somewhat, or it looks like more difficult. So I think we both said that maybe players started a little further left this morning. So perhaps they may start a little further right. And if they all do that, and when players tend to play right early in a block or in practice, whatever the case may be, the lanes do tend to play a little bit more favorable as the block goes on. We've seen both sides of it, when they don't do it, when they kind of do, when everyone is trying to figure out something on their own in a sense. If there's no maybe clear defined place to play. But we saw players going up the boards, up the lane, to the right on the fresh. I think if we see a few more players commit to doing that early on, later in the block, then that might be I won't say more successful, but the scoring pace may either remain the same or remain at a more of an even pace instead of the up and down that we have seen.
Well, kind of what you're talking about is the theory that we see successful teams at the Open Championships, 10 guys on a pair in team event, they will try to ideally burn up a spot to the right. Now that's 10 guys working together for the good of the group. Or girls, yeah. For the good of the group, the 2 teams, 2 companion teams, and they burn up a spot, and then they jump left, and they know they're going to sacrifice maybe a couple of frames early in game 1 to benefit from what they're going to have the last 20 to 25 frames. But again, that's 10 people, all with a common goal of winning an eagle. That's not the case out here. These are players that are solely looking out for themselves, as they should. This is an individual tournament. It's not a doubles, not a team. But there is something to be said for the field helping themselves. And while I don't think all 32 players are going to get together in the paddock before and go, hey, let's do this, you are correct that if they do start further right, what we saw earlier in this block on the fresh, when players would leak the ball to the right, you just wave bye-bye. It's gone. You hit the 3-6 pocket. But if they start further right, as they start to transition in, they're going to have room to the right to miss because that's going to be dried out. So hopefully, for the field's sake and for the scoring pace's sake, if they want it to be higher, they want to shoot big numbers, they've got to break the lanes down in a way that will allow them to have that mistake room.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times this season. I mean, it honestly almost happens every week where, and the players and the ball reps are trying to make their best judgment calls on, based on obviously the players themselves, sometimes things work in a sense that in the way they thought or should. Sometimes they certainly don't, and they'll know it. As soon as game 1, game 2 gets underway. And I think that's what we might see here. And I'm basing that off, experience, just kind of watching and having some conversations, after blocks, after rounds, before rounds with ball reps and players, and, what could happen. And as you said, all 32 aren't going back and saying in the locker room, here's what we should do. But, we'll see players that represent their brands, have those combos with their respective representation. And a lot of them will have similar ideas across each brand, and you'll see that in regards to where players are playing. And then obviously the other thing is, hey, who's bowling well? Is this something that I can attempt to get in the same vicinity as the person or people, players, plural, who are bowling well? That's certainly a possibility. And, I think whatever we see, keeping in mind that there's a cut to be made tonight. And so the risk-reward factor will be in play when we return after the break. Thanks, CJ, by the way. Come on. Okay. Jazz Reel Tan, first introduction to Jazz Reel back in the day, her Wichita State Shocker days. She does have a PWBA title under her belt. She was not a member at the time of winning the title in 2015, the Lubbock Sports Open. That's Kelly Kulick. Being Kelly on the lanes. But speaking of Jazz Reel, and Jazzy has said here that she has struggled a little bit, but it's interesting sometimes when you watch her throw it, man. I had to ask myself, where is it at? Where's the struggle? I would like to throw it like that. So good to see her out, and no other players from Singapore. So I have to ask Jazzy, kind of what her plan might be for the rest of these events. Perhaps she's just in the area. Maybe she's remaining in the United States until the World Bowling Women's Championships, which is at the end of the month. So I'll try to ask her that during the break. We will end the day again with Jillian Martin, Jazz Reel Tan, Kelly Kulick, or in this block rather, and Clara Guerrero.
I would urge everyone, once your interview with Clara Guerrero is up on the website, check that interview out. You all had a great conversation yesterday. What we got here? I got interrupted by Sweets. He hands me some peanut butter fudge, I believe. But you had a great conversation with Clara yesterday, talking about the Pan Am Games, talking about this season, her comeback season, the struggles she's had recently, changes that she's made to her game, and it really showed a lot of insight into the mind of a player at this level and what they have to go through and how they're constantly fighting to get better and never settling. So once that interview is up, we'll for sure let you all know, and you've got to check it out.
Well, I'll tell you what. Cindy Brummett's mom, Mrs.
Holy
B,
moly.
just brought over some what she calls peanut butter fudge. There's also some brownies. Y'all know I don't roll with chocolate like that, but we had talked about this fudge situation. Boy, it's as good as advertised. Ooh. I know I talked about snacks and healthy.
I don't want to ruin my lunch here, man.
Healthy snacks and whatnot.
I'm gonna.
But sometimes,
Man.
sometimes, when it's offered, you can't say no. especially someone with a proven baking history like Mrs. Bro. All right, open frame there for Clara. Excellent words that you just talked about, Daniel, in regards to Clara. Again, the Pan Am gold medalist in the singles event. Nice shot there for Cote, and all of a sudden Bree's got 3 in a row. Now this is game 8. Kelly certainly, historically has liked to be able to play left, play in, and for many years, she was probably the best at it, especially on the women's side of the game. You see her in between 4th and 5th arrow. Bree is in at 4th arrow. And obviously this is the end of the block, so kind of going back to, hey, do the players want to be this far left at the end of next block? If not, then that starting a little further right earlier would have to be a thing.
Is that something you've seen here out on tour, that they start further right as the squads go on, and when they're on the same pattern?
Just depends.
Okay.
It really does. Because, I've had the convos with certain players, and sometimes, getting fooled and thinking the lanes are doing something that they really aren't. But we've seen, I think, lane conditions and conditions that maybe end up presenting this. But the one thing I know, I've seen players play left almost every week, and they are in that 4th and 5th arrow, sometimes 6th arrow. And so, essentially put, a lot of old stereotypes in regards to, women's bowling and rev rates and not being able to play left and all that to bed.
Well, I'm just curious because it seems like with the men's game just being more of a power game, just comparatively, they're always jumping left. They're always trying to get as far left as they can. Each day they're moving further left. They're starting further left day 2 than they did day 1, day 3 than they did day 2, so on and so forth. And it would just be refreshing if for once I bowled a tournament where you're bowling on the same pattern, multiple blocks, and the field starts further right. Granted, with you and I being straighter players, people like you and I would appreciate that.
This is true. There have been events where, though, we've seen, again, the adjustments have been, let's start a little further right. There have been events there where they did start further right to begin the day. Mm-hmm. And they started a little further left at night. So it's been a good mix. Is it 2 a.m.? It is 2 a.m. local for my man Hossein. Hossein, man, you better gotta get some sleep. All you gotta do is just have the ball, just clip the pin, no matter what happens, Jillian Martin. Speaking of Jillian, let's see where we are after 7 games in regards to scores, and we do have a new leader. It is Shannon O'Keefe at plus 168. Giselle Boss falls to second at plus 148. Jordan Richard third at plus 144. Shannon Pluhowski fourth at plus 122. Recall, remember what I said about Shannon earlier.
Yeah.
In game 1. Fifth is Kelly Kulick at plus 108. Julia Bond is sixth, and I think, was it Rob alerting us that, or someone said that she had the front 5?
She did.
Okay.
Spared the 6th frame.
Okay. She is 6th at plus 94. You're going to get Poplar 7th at plus 90. Jazrael Tan is 8th at plus 87. Gigi Mason is 9th at plus 86. Verity Crawley is 10th at plus 84. Missy Parkin 11th at plus 81. And Diana Zavyalova is now 12th at plus 75. Lurking is Sydney Brummett at 13th, 2 pins back of the number at plus 73. Jillian Martin, 4 pins back at plus 71. And 14th, Liz Culkin is 15th at plus 65. She is 10 back. Valerie Bercier is 16th at plus 64. Well, we talked about players who have struggled a little bit. We mentioned obviously Liz Johnson. You got to put Danielle McEwen in that situation. I'm not sure I realized how much of a struggle today has been for her at minus 76. She's another player. She's got a lot of Liz Johnson type qualities, and I'll never forget the Wichita Open in 2016, where it looked like she was going to be out of the number. Went 770 for the last 3, then shot 820. Ooh. The first 3 went on to win the tournament.
Wow.
So I expect her to make a run here in this second, tonight rather.
One thing that I noticed yesterday that I'm seeing again today is that these competitors, their bowling balls down lane, they cannot be lazy. The ball has got to be driving into the pocket. If it's lazy down lane, it just looks like it's loping real slow, and it's not wanting to dig, it's not wanting to hook, it's not wanting to bank. You're going to leave some pretty flat 10s. We've seen a lot of pocket 7-10s, very flat 7-10s. So whatever they've got to do, whether it's manipulate the ball with their hand or get a ball in their hand that is dynamically wants to go left, it just looks like if the ball's hydroplaning down the lane and it's just sitting on top of the pattern and not digging in and not reading, it has no chance to strike.
Good old results of that trivia question. Coming up next, Pulhowski with 3 in a row. Well, and astounding, 83% of you got that one correct. We'll have more trivia for you. Yeah, we gave you one to make sure you were paying attention.
What happened to the other 17%?
It happens. We will have a giveaway this game also.
Oh.
So the giveaway guru.
He's running out of time. Hope he isn't crashing from all the energy drinks he had earlier.
No, he's got a plan.
He was pretty pumped game 1 talking about it, man.
He has a plan. Daniel, when you were a youngster playing the game of this sport that we all know and love, could you imagine at 15 years old bowling an event with someone who you may have looked up to. I'm not sure Jillian Martin looks up to Kelly Kulick. I'd imagine at some point she probably has. So imagine, what do you think if you were, she's back in when you were that age, thinking about, hey, what would it have been like to bowl with? Who might have been your player or players, professionally that you would have enjoyed bowling with at that early age, or bowling with in a professional way?
I have always been a fan of Parker Bowden. Just how smooth and deliberate his approach is, and he's one of those players that it seemed like every time I watched him bowl, he posted every shot at the foul line. And I just loved watching him bowl. So I guess for me it would have been Parker Bowden.
I think that's still true to this day.
Yeah.
Especially about Park. You say that about a lot of players, certainly, but Parker Bowden is really one of a kind. Very genuine.
I remember I bowled a super regional in Wichita back in 2010, and I made the round of 8 and got knocked out by Mike Edwards. And Parker was still in the tournament, and somehow I got into a conversation back in the settee area with Parker's wife. And she was just as nice as could be. We sat and talked. Parker, I think I knocked out in the round of 4. He came back and just chatted for a little bit. And it was one of those moments where I'd been bowling. I was out of Lindenwood. I'd seen Junior Team USA. I'd been at the top level, so I knew what it was like to be around those kind of people. But Parker, in my mind, transcended the level that I'd reached as far as who I was comfortable being around in a bowling center, and who still gave me, kind of the jitters, kind of the nerves. Like, oh man, this is so and so. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of Parker on and off the lanes.
K squared is, let's see, Shannon. Yeah, clean through 7. So certainly could change the lead heading into the break. I won't say this is a big week for Kelly, but I do think the start that she's on right now, I know she wants to win badly. And last year at this time, actually it was the last 2 events, the Players and the Tour Championship, she looked to be at her best, looked to be the Kelly that, we all have grown up and become accustomed to. Hey, this could be it for her. This could be a week.
Well, forgive me for asking, but roughly when was her last title?
2017.
Okay.
Fountain Valley Open. Very emotional. We've talked about, for example, this week Josie and dealing with the loss of her mother. Kelly had just also was, or not just, but dealing with that same emotions. She had just lost her mother at that time as well. So it was a very emotional win. And at the time, the thing for Kelly is she had been on TV 10 or 11 times to that moment and hadn't won yet since the relaunch. I know, Barbara, you're right. I have that effect on people.
The minute you put on this headset, instantly become a jinx.
Just goes out the window.
It does.
But in all seriousness, it's you know what's going to happen. Same thing with Missy Park. We could say that Missy has been close. She is due. Shannon Puhalski has put herself in position to win multiple times since this relaunch. She too is due. Bree has won a title in 2016, but in the last 2 years, last year she made a couple shows, including the Queens. This year, she finished second again at the Fountain Valley Open.
That was rough.
Indeed it was. And so we could say many of those things about the players that we're watching and the way that things have kind of shaped out.
We were watching that tournament from the office at the South Point Bowling Plaza, and Matt and I had our eyes glued at the end of that match. It was tough to watch. Great for one player, just awful for another.
That was the Sandra Anderson victory.
Yes.
So, when talking about the Tour Championship, Sandra Anderson was not in the top 24, but went back to Sweden after bowling, after bowling the 3 events, I believe she bowled. But she will be part of the Tour Championship. All right, here we go. Brand Houghton, the giveaway guru. I didn't get my question answered yesterday, and I forgot to look it up. But I was talking about PA announcers, public address announcers, specifically in boxing. And it was my guy from Showtime. He had a very different voice, not Michael Buffer, boom type voice. As Clarazole goes, wow. It was, I love his voice. Cote, or Brianna Cote, looking to make a move at the end of the block. Let's see where Bree is minus 21, so she can obviously pick up a nice chunk here to end the round number 1. But I feel like we should do this for Brant. First I was going to say every time you say main event. Now I feel like we should do it also for Brant. So when he is ready to give away something, we can give him the introduction.
I think he's earned it.
Yeah, I think so.
And plus his arrival means giving away something like that.
Indeed.
That deserves pomp and circumstance.
You generally know what you're going to get from Brant, right? He's going to help you out in the chat if you're having trouble, which we appreciate, obviously. So customer service. And then he's going to be upbeat because that's the only Brant that I know. And he's probably going to give away something. Not sure what else you would want.
No, there's nothing else you can ask from a guy like that.
All right, the giveaway is underway. Be sure to click submit entry. Submit entry.
Oh, Shannon. Not the way she wanted to end that block. Takes the 7 off the 2-7, but finish plus 118. 8 more games to go. Bree, however, chance to put up a big game.
And look at that.
On our featured pair.
Barbara Hilton has won a autographed 2019 PWBA program by Shannon O'Keefe, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Jordan Richard. Congrats, Barbara. Parkin to get into the 240s. Bang. You better believe it. Not sure what Liz Culkin just made, but it was a split. I mean, they are roaring for Liz Culkin here today.
Oh.
It was a big moment there for Cote. 270 would have been lovely. She'll take 250.
Oh. And good place for it.
Nicely done. 244. So Missy already at plus 81 after 7 games. Plus 125. For Parkin. Coach Gigi. She's had her fair share of fan support today as well. Needed a couple to get to 220. That one, Brooklyn, but leaves a single pin. So a 6 pin stands between her and another opportunity to get to 206. And Clara utilized that early break a couple of frames ago and can turn this into a 215 game. Nicely done by Cote. That gets her to plus 37.
Just off to our right on lane 15, Liz Johnson's double the 10th to get into the 230 range with decent count here in the fill. And I think, and I'm just speculating as to what she did, I think what she did was smart, because it was obvious she was trying different areas of the same zone the first couple of games, and the ball motion was not good. But it looks like what she did right around that 289 game was she said, I'm going to pick this area of the lane. I'm going to simplify this. I'm going to play this break point, and I'm going to find a ball that works. And I'm just going to keep going through bowling balls until I find a ball that gives me the motion I need to strike. And these last 4 games, Liz, 289, 190, 210, and now 230 this game. I think she was minus 29 coming into this game.
Yeah, minus 29. She went 289, 190, 201, 230, 232.
Okay, so that puts her plus 3.
After going 163, 169, 177, 182.
And sometimes that's all you need to do is just simplify it as best you can for yourself. There's too many variables you're working with. Ball change, hand position, ball speed, eyes, feet, break point. If you're struggling, you've got to simplify it as best you can for yourself.
My man Charles got my Jimmy Lennon Jr. That's what I'm thinking of. And showtime. I love that dude's voice. Boxing fans around the world, are you ready? And showtime. All right, Hosan, please enjoy some good rest tonight. Brandon, hopefully we will see you this evening. We will be here for sure. Because it's showtime.
It's lunchtime here.
It's lunchtime. Yes, it is.
I consider myself a connoisseur of bowling center cheeseburgers.
Okay.
So I'm going to see what Hall of Fame Silver Lanes has to offer.
Oh, my man. That's fantastic. All right, Kelly Kulik as Jillian Martin shoots 204. One more, and Kelly will be in the 260s. Didn't see what Shannon shot in the final game. Kulik knocks it down.
That ball faced up at just the right spot.
Beautiful shot.
I haven't seen anybody have a ball motion down lane like that yet that's hit our featured pairs. Please throw that again. Throwing a strong, solid, symmetric, something that's going to read the pattern when it sees it. It's not going to push or lope down lane like an asymmetric would.
.267 for Kelly Kulik.
Puts her at plus 175? Yes, 175.
She could be the leader. Didn't see what Shannon shot, nor did, Giselle, Jordan Richard, but.
Giselle can double the 10th. She can strike out right now for 212. Her delivery in the 10th. Did she get the 7 out? She did.
Still wouldn't be enough to go around Kelly. So it would be really up to Shannon O'Keefe, I think, just from the leader perspective. But you all will find that out momentarily once the scores are updated. And be sure to check out PWBA.com. We'll have I believe we'll have a short recap. I'll check with Ron on that. But PWBA.com/live standings will be updated momentarily. Excellent bowling from many throughout this day. That is just round 1, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a full round 2 to go, and that will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I know, Michelle, you're right. By the way, I probably missed that opportunity, but we'll talk about it a little bit later on. We'll talk about it this evening. So I'll see you all tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I want to thank Daniel Ferris. Excellent work today. And we'll get ready for, obviously, round 2 tonight.
8 more games.
Indeed. So for Curtis Von Kruger, Aaron Smith, Jason Thomas, Tennille Milligan, Kathy Watka, Kathy Kavicki, Greg Moore in the building. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We will see you at 5 p.m. Eastern for round number 2, the PWBA East Hartford Open qualifying. You watched it live and you watched it only on Bowl TV.
Those scores updated and verified on PWBA.